Good afternoon, everybody. Hope everybody had a happy 4th of July. Welcome to Twisted Tragedies, where all the twists and turns we follow, wherever they lead. So, a lot of stuff happened, right? A lot of stuff happened. A lot of stuff happened. Turtle Deuce decided to go down to harass witnesses. Still, now, mind you, there's still a stay away order in effect. For him because he still has an ongoing case. So for all the idiots that keep saying things like the court case is over, what are they witnesses to? A, they're always going to be witnesses, you morons. And B, you have another court case involving him with witness intimidation. In case you forgot, they're still witnesses. Make no mistake that he knows that they go there every 4th of July. It is not a shock, okay? So I really hope that the authorities take it seriously and do something about it. People don't normally know they're in cults, guys. That's kind of half the problem, right? You don't know you're in a cult until you're out of it, until you're looking from the outside in saying, holy shit, what the hell is going on here, right? I mean, here's the thing. Karen Reed's team gave the Sewer Turtle their Alan Jackson interview, which was, of all accounts of what I got, which absolutely nothing, was Alan Jackson sort of patting him in the back and being like, good job, Bob. Please don't cause any more problems for my client since I gave you this interview. Like, that's what that was. So good old another Yannetti pat on the ass, this time from Jackson. That's literally what it was. Keep him happy so he doesn't blow a gasket. Nothing new learned there, folks. Nothing new. Okay. Hey, Jack. Absolutely amazing to me. Amazing to me that these people haven't learned that you cannot harass people. It's really simple. If your whole life is spent posting about people that you don't know, then you have a serious problem. Sorry, guys. I don't know how anybody can stomach it. It's like if you spend the entirety of your day, okay, online 24/7, going over my old videos and feeling the need to pull things out of context and say things I never said, you need a life. I'll let the authorities deal with those people because I don't respond to A, idiots, and B, people who harass others. So for the middle-aged women that want to keep harassing other people on the internet, I will let the authorities deal with you the appropriate way. You know what I'm saying? Time to grow up, folks. I don't know what you haven't learned already, but harassing people on the internet is actually cyber stalking, and it is stalking, at least under the statute of my state. It includes internet. So, well, that's exactly what happened. It's a good old pat on the butt. Hey, buddy, don't cause any more problems for my client there if we give you this little interview of nothingness that nothing new is learned in. That's, I mean, essentially that's what that was. Hey, good job there, bub. I mean, hey, whatever. But make no mistake, he knew exactly what he was doing when he went there to harass the witness. I don't want to hear the excuses about, oh, but his parents live on the beach, blah, blah. Okay, they should have stayed there then. They didn't. They went out of their way. And like I said, make no mistake, which there's evidence of, he knows where they spend their 4th of July. So, I mean, if this is your entire life and you have nothing else to do, like spend time with your family on the 4th of July, I feel really sad for you. I feel really sad that you spend the eternity of your life on the internet harassing people that never respond to you because you're that sad. I don't know how the people around you deal with you. Also, you would think that people who have state licenses would be a little more careful with their online harassment. I mean, if you hold a state license for something, you would think that common sense would be that you probably just shut the fuck up and go away, or maybe don't be a menace to society and just harass people who don't ever respond to you. But hey, I shall let the authorities deal with you. That's not my problem. That's their problem. I just ignore you because you're an actual idiot. So there's that. Yeah, I know. I know. That's the thing. Still a witness. Case over or not, he's still a witness. People seem to like forget that that's a thing. Or, I mean, 99% of them don't even know because they don't know half the shit they're talking about. And they take their cues from the sewer cult. So, I mean, hey, the sewer cult that, he couldn't be bothered to read all of the court documents because they were, quote, boring. We're not dealing with the most intelligent people here, folks. Oh, yes, very seriously. Yep. He also decided to go down to the beach where the McCabe's were for the 4th of July, out of his way to go down to where they were. So yes, he made his rounds in the Cape knowing they were there to harass them. So yes, that happened this weekend, and it's on video, and there's pictures, and even in my drunkest state, you would think a little common sense would kick in. I mean, maybe this dude needs detox. Maybe he drinks too much, gets drunk, and makes more terrible decisions because he makes them sober too. But I mean, hey, hey. I, on the other hand, spent the 4th of July with my family, with my daughter, and brought my daughter to her favorite, hey, Joy, her favorite ice cream place. So shout out to Randy at the Dairy Barn in Randolph. Randy takes good care of my baby when she comes to get her ice cream there after her medical. She gets, IVIGs. Hopefully those will happen in home instead of having to keep going to the hospital for them soon. Fingers crossed. But she gets her IVIGs. And sometimes the day after that, she's hankering for some ice cream. And so Randy always hooks her up. Shout out, Randy. Thank you, Randy, for being amazing to my kid. I appreciate you. If you guys are ever in that area, go give Randy a little bit of business over at the Dairy Barn. By the way, if you get their banana splits, they're like friggin' 19 pounds. We got a banana split to split, 2 split, and it was like this big. It's in a like takeout foil container. I kid you not, fills up the whole thing. It's amazing. It's amazing, amazing. So thanks, Randy. Appreciate you. Of course he does. Of course he does. Of course he does. Well, see, that's the thing, right? The state can't very well let there be no consequences for these people, because if that happens, all right, yeah, he was both the whole shebang, like all of them at separate times, the McCabe's and the Alberts, and then Higgins. So separate times, but yes, yeah. Imagine your life being stalking a 20-year-old kid that did nothing but exist. Literally. Hey, girl. Oh, yes, of course they can. Yep, they sure can. And also the civil suits. Yep. And there's plenty of evidence going back showing he knows exactly where they are on the 4th of July. It's not a secret. You know what I mean? So to me, it's like, do you know how many people have come out of that cult? Seriously. How many people have exited said cult and I've gotten a private message from where they've been like, I am so sorry. And for those people that were brave enough to say I'm sorry after they exited that cult, I appreciate you. You are the brave ones, okay? Because it takes a lot to realize you were wrong, but to then also come out and apologize to people that you might have harmed just by spreading that misinformation, it is brave, Oh, of course he did. Yeah, see, he likes it to be all about him. He often berates his viewers that donate to him, which is amazing to me, because like these are the people who are supporting you. No, Hank was a special prosecutor. He was only appointed to do Karen's case. But I will tell you guys this. I will tell you guys Hank is a class act. All right. And I appreciate Hank's drive and his passion and his kindness. He's a good dude. And I wish that he felt better about the job he did, because I know that all of us are 100%, 1,000% know that he did the best job anyone could do. There was no one that was going to do a better job in that trial. He laid it out for them like a goddamn toddler could have picked up the pieces. All right. So I don't want him to feel like he failed, and he failed people. He did what he had to, and he did well. And I don't think you could have hired anybody that would have done a better job or had as much fire for truth and fairness and as much passion as truth and fairness than Hank Brennan did. I don't think you'll find a single soul on planet Earth. Sorry, guys. I'm still like wet. so I'm still in my summer dress and my bathing suit. So that's the problem, right? Like there was never a chance if this is what he was dealing with was a cult. And you had people willing to lie to get onto a jury, which is really sad in itself. And it breaks my heart that he feels bad because I don't think there's another lawyer in this state that's as brilliant as he is. And I'm going to pick his legal brain. I am going to pick his legal brain. But exactly, if you have a mob, okay, against you that's willing to break the law and you're not, or circumvent the rules and you're not, what chance do you have unless you play dirty? And Hank is not one of those people. He's not going to play dirty. He's going to play by the rules. He always has, and he always will. One thing Hank don't like is corruption, which is why he took the Whitey case to begin with, was to, go back in history and think of another time where you saw the families, the victims, okay, actually thank the defense counsel for the murderer. I mean, you find me another one. I'm sure that another one exists, but it's a very rare occurrence, okay? Some of the victims in Whitey's case thanked Hank Brennan for his tireless work in showing the government corruption, the federal corruption in that case. Dude's a class act, you know? I love when they yell the stops. Randolph! Emphasis on Randolph. That's so funny. I know exactly what you mean too. The purple line, they yell out the stops. Now they have the little thing, but they still yell it sometimes too when they're coming into the station. So funny, Joy. He can't humiliate Paul Keefe. You want to know why? Because Paul is 10 times the man that he will ever be. Ever. You can't humiliate someone that is 10 times the person you could ever pray to be. Okay? Listen, some of these people, I come across him, they have more, like, let's say, patience than I do. All right? I don't have that kind of patience. I just don't. I don't have that kind of patience. If somebody's going to harass and threaten me, then I'm going to come for you. That's my family and the people that I care about. So do you imagine over how many times do you think over all these years they probably want to just punch him out and call it a day? You know, how many? You know, I can imagine probably a lot. And I just don't have. They have patience of a saint. They literally have the patience of a goddamn saint, and that includes Paul. If I was John's brother or sister, there's no chance I would have that kind of patience. No friggin' chance. None at all if that was my sister or my brother for that matter. Okay. I am very protective of my family. And because I don't have a lot of family that's left living, the ones that are, I would lay my life down for them because they're who I live for. My children, my husband, my brother, my sisters. There's no chance that somebody's going to come through, and they're good people. So there's no chance somebody's going to come threaten my family. And they have the patience of a saint. They just do. I can't do it. I can't do it. You know? I mean, I agree that the cops probably could have done a better job in some aspects. Some aspects they couldn't have. They were dealing with a blizzard. It was a fluid situation, and it's either get the evidence now or let it dissolve, basically, right in front of their face. I think a lot of this, I lay at the feet of the federal government for playing such a fucking game with this case. Because had they never tried to, first of all, when in the history of ever has a defense team called on the federal government and said, corruption here, folks, corruption. And the federal government was like, oh yeah, we'll take a look at it. Never, not ever. Okay. And do you know how many actual corruption cases with like real evidence, ironclad evidence existed and have existed? And none of those cases were picked up by the feds for any reason. And that's another problem, Joy, is that the verdict emboldened some of these people to continue their behaviors. What I'll say about that is some of them are just using the rope to hang themselves because it's if they think the government isn't still watching them, they've lost their ever-loving minds. The government is slowly but surely building cases against these people, allowing them to just keep spewing their nonsensical bullshit and harass people online until the day that they don't anymore. And those click silver bracelets, those shiny ones, yeah, they get to wear a nice new pair of those and stand in front of a judge. So for me, it's like they got emboldened, but let's see how long that lasts when those bracelets are slapped on. You know, some people don't realize how long it takes to build a case. You don't wait for one or two things to happen. Takes time. Okay. It takes time, sometimes years before someone is charged because they want to build an ironclad case with no wriggle room at all. So you can only imagine that the government is kind of done playing with these people. They've allowed them to build a case within their nonsense, but time's running out for them. You know, time is running out for their nonsensical bullshit. As far as I know, that's what I heard. I have no idea if that is actually true. Like I said, listen, I agree with you. I do not disagree with you, my cat and I. I think there's room for improvement. Definitely. 100% there is. I'll tell you one thing. My county wouldn't have waited as long as Norfolk County has to do certain things. They would have already been on top of it, but I understand why Norfolk County has taken their time on certain things as well. Some things yes, and some things no. You know, I agree with you, DJ, 100%. But exactly, you can't humiliate somebody who did nothing wrong. It's why I ignore most of the nonsensical bullshit that the middle-aged psychopath that stalks my life does, because she means absolutely nothing to me. She doesn't know me from a hole in the wall. I don't care what her opinion is. She can pull every one of my videos and every one of the things I've said out of context. I don't care. I'm not wasting my time doing that to her because she means zero to me. Why would I waste my precious time with that? That makes no sense at all. Some people will forever be sick until they get help. And unfortunately, like I said, the mental health system in this country is shit. So she probably will never get the help that she clearly mentally needs. You know, he was exceptional, you know? Well, that's the problem, right? I don't even think they understood one word. They didn't understand a single thing, you know? Listen, I agree with you, Dougie. I've talked about Rico with him before quite a few times. And make no mistake when I say that the federal government has been watching, you know? So I don't know. I guess we'll see, right? Well, we'll see. I mean, right, Joy? How many cases have you ever seen that happen with? In an actual cases where there's actual evidence that shows corruption happened. When did the feds step in and go, we're going to investigate the investigation? This is the most investigated goddamn investigation on planet Earth. And guess what? They still found it. Oh, wait for it. No corruption, no planting of evidence, no nada, no nothing. I mean, they have lawyers, Liz. They have attorneys. I'm really getting sick of this friggin' thing buffering on me. It's not my computer, so. But they do have attorneys that are going to handle it for sure. Oh, girl, listen, I can't do life without. I didn't have coffee yesterday, so this is life today. And appreciate my friend for bringing it by. I ordered it on the app, and she brought it by for me. I will, Elma. I'll be covering it. Oh, Exactly. Once you cross state boundaries, it is now in Fed territory. So, yes, DJ, she is very obsessed with me. It's kind of really sad at that point. Like, don't you have a life or something else to possibly do, like keep a patient alive or something? Isn't that like a thing? I wouldn't want that lady anywhere near one of my loved ones. Hey, Lisa, how are you? So here's the thing, right? Now, if you correlate the sewer turtle cult, right? The sewer cult, as I call them, with the twin flames cult. Let's look at something for a second, okay? Let me just pull something up real quick for you guys. By the way, I hope everybody had a good 4th of July. Like I said, I spent it with my kiddos, but my oldest got her in the pool to swim, which is good for her therapy for her, joints and the pain that she's in all the time. Oh, I saw that and I was like, is that real life coming from the man that only cares about money? Who tells his followers it's a $5 minimum to donate to him? The audacity of somebody to say something like that. If somebody's giving you their hard-earned money, I don't care if it's $1, $5, $2, you say thank you and you appreciate it because they're taking time out to donate to you and say, hey, I appreciate you. But Elma, I will be covering it tomorrow. Absolutely, I will be. His court appearance tomorrow. Hey. But once you do shit that's over state lines, dude, you have now delved into Fed territory. So if you commit a crime that involves 2 states, or you cross those state lines, boundaries, you got a bigger problem on your hands. That exactly. You want to look for the corruption. That was it. I've never seen anything like that in my life. The O'Keefes don't need money, FYI. Could they use the help? They're raising 2 kids that have lost 3 parents. Okay. Yes, they could use the help. We collectively as a group, in a group that I was in, all threw in and got Peggy some flowers and other things to help her out. No, Joy, they don't even have a channel. They just do it on X. They're one of the Sewer Turtles' mouthpieces. And I've thought about maybe doing defamation, to be honest. I kid you not. Or maybe cyber stalking at this point. The authorities have everything. Anything I get sent that's about me, like day in and day out, I kid you not, like every single day, I just send to them. You know what I mean? I literally just send to them. But when you have no other life other than to post about somebody and hate watch them 24/7 and spend your entire Saturday listening to all their old videos and take things out of context. I think one time we were talking about transcripts, right? And what the jury asks for or doesn't ask for. Sometimes they ask for transcripts. They can't get witness transcripts in the state of Massachusetts, which is what I further went on to say in that live, right? So when we were talking about what they might ask for, I said something like, they might ask for transcripts. In Massachusetts, they don't get witness transcripts of their testimony. So, we talked about what the jury would be asking for. So she posts that and is like, you idiot, witnesses don't get. And my friend sends it to me and goes, dude, you literally say that like just a few minutes later that in Massachusetts. So it's like, that's the life you live. This is the life that you live. The life that you live on a Saturday. Like, who does that? Who does that? You have no life, none whatsoever. That your life is hate watching someone else, and then watching their videos to post things about. I mean, what cuckoo bananas world do you live in? Like, it's not a thing. Well, Alma, I'll just say I have sources. Let's put it that way. I have sources. You're 100% right, my friend. Yes. Yep. It's funny to me because it's, again, people that don't know. You know what I mean? It's amazing to me. No, it's the same like 3 people. Hey, Holly. I mean, how shitty, right? How shitty and boring does your life have to be to just be on X 24/7 doing that kind of nonsensical nonsense? Like, I'm not wasting my life and my time doing that. I'd rather spend time with my kids, which I did for the 4th of July holiday instead of spending it on harassing people online. What I find really funny is she ran to a court, and because she has like a little baby voice, she thinks that somehow is going to like, trick people into thinking like she's just innocent. Um, she went to a court and bitched and whined and told them she was afraid and she was scared. And she went down her driveway and she looked both ways every time because she's afraid Steve Coate was going to show up and harm her because he harassed her online and in phone calls. Lady, you harass people 24/7. Like, hold on. You're mad that Steve Coate wrote things about you online incessantly over and over and over every day. Pot, meat, kettle. Like, what the actual hell? Like, what? Thank you, Holly. It's just wet. Actually, my hair is really damaged. I have psoriasis on my scalp, so it's very damaged and dry a lot of the time. Funny enough, I actually was going to tell for all my ladies out there that are getting older and have dry, damaged hair or psoriasis or even dry scalp. This is called Contently California, and I use it, and it's a spray for your scalp, and you spray it after you get out of the shower or bath if you choose, and it soothes your scalp. So it definitely helps out with dry scalp or any sort of like itching or flaking. And because I have psoriasis on my scalp, I have it on my leg, I have it on my arm. Thanks for the information, but this little bottle helps a lot. So in case anybody is looking, this is a good thing to use. It's called Contently California. Sorry guys, I don't know why with the buffering I'm getting an alert that like StreamYard is having some sort of issue with different things. I got it this morning, so I think that's what the problem is. But hey, Ski. Absolutely, Christina. Where do you want me to send it? To your Facebook? You mean for the live stream or for this stuff? For this stuff? I'll send it to you for this stuff. Yeah, I'll send it to you after the live. Actually, you know what? Send me a message on Facebook now, Christina, so that I don't forget. And then I can just send you the link to it. Yeah, it's called Contently California. Contently California. It's a spray. It's an after all scalp soothing care treatment. There is like other stuff you can buy that goes with it. I have a different shampoo and conditioner that I use. It's Olaplex, and I just use this with it after I use my Olaplex shampoo and conditioner. Exactly, DJ. So apparently she thinks also she's like, here's the thing. She thinks that because she like talks to idiotic online grifting attorneys that now she seems to know everything. The problem is that she doesn't, and oftentimes misinterprets things or doesn't understand the law as it's written, and then will actually try to tell real attorneys that they have no idea what they're talking about, which is amazing to me. Ones that aren't grifting, being idiots. But I agree. It does some. That's a whole sum, DJ. You did the whole sum, the whole thing. Thank you. Thank you, Christina. Thank you. Because I will forget my freaking brain. Okay. I have so many of you. I try to make sure that I answer everybody's emails and everybody's messages and everybody's. So sometimes I do forget or get distracted by something else and do something else. And then I forget. So if I ever don't respond, I probably like got caught in the middle of trying to respond to you. And like, I had to stop to do something else. Just re-respond. It'll remind me. All right. I promise. Yeah, I don't even bother. It's A, I have them blocked, and B, For what? What am I responding to? Nonsense? Who responds to nonsense? I'm not responding to nonsense. Like, they've been blocked forever. Like, for what reason? What? Why? What am I responding to? Nonsensical, unhinged middle-aged women that have nothing better to do with their lives but harass people online 24/7. I mean, that's cuckoo bananas. No, thank you. Like, no, thank you. I would rather spend time with my friends and family. And speaking of which, just so y'all are aware, at the end of July, oh yeah, she's still talking. Yeah, still talking. I was one of the people who I think I said one thing and then I ignored her, because it's like, I can't have a conversation with somebody that stupid. I'm sorry, I can't. You clearly understood nothing and you clearly lied. That's very clear. So there's no point in responding to someone like that. She's clearly looking for attention. Therefore, I will not give it to her. You can't announce yourself as someone who is a juror and then people criticize the stupid statements you make and then complain that people are criticizing your stupid statement. Then you shouldn't have told the world you were a juror if you didn't want people to criticize it. I don't know, here's the thing. If you knew that you were hurting the family and that they didn't want to hear from you, why would your first statement be, I know they don't want to hear from us, but there's no but to that. They probably don't. So maybe just do what the other jurors did with some grace and quietly shut the fuck up. I don't know, maybe that. Because God forbid something like that happens to her family. What would she think about it then? You know what I mean? Would your mind change if it was your family? Let's get real. Of course it would. To all of these people doing all of this, if their family was in the position of this trial, this case, if it was the other side of the coin, okay, make no mistake when I say they would not be making the stupid statements they make currently. It's I just ignore people like that, literally. I just ignore people like that. Oh, it's to me, it's been over, because if you don't give something attention, it doesn't get attention. It's when people give it attention that it starts to get to that level. Just don't give it attention. It's that simple. People like that don't deserve that kind of attention. They need to just go somewhere with themselves, somewhere away, Now, realistically, the cult activities haven't changed. You know what I mean? A cult is a cult is a cult. And there are a billion different ways for the red flags to be set off for how you can see a cult. One of them is, if you question said leader or leaders of the inner circle, you shall be shamed or harassed, or in some cases, even held against your will, obviously, in some of the most extreme cases of cultism. But this Twin Flames cult started social media wise, right? Same scenario here. Same scenario, a social media cult. The one part that I can't quite figure out is why anybody wants to get a pat on the back from that vile, disgusting creature of a man. Because even some people that believed in Karen's innocence hate him. They cannot stand the look of him, anything about him. They admit that he's a vile piece of human garbage that belongs in jail. So it's amazing to me how some people could easily see it and say, hold on a second, and others could not. The other problem I have is some of them, right? Even the ones that are like, oh no, he's a vile piece of human garbage, but you're believing the nonsense that, that he has spewed. And they're like, oh, I didn't get my information from him. But you did. Whether you got it from one of the other 18 content creators that got it from him, everything that was spewed out there into the universe came from his mouth. Went from Karen to him, to the internet, to other people. So even if you didn't watch him or you don't like him, you cannot tell me that you didn't get your information from him, because you did. Because whatever creator you did get it from, got it from him. That whole conspiracy theory, anything about it, go back to some of like the very early writings that he wrote about this case on his blog and early videos. More than half of the shit he spewed then that Karen told him was completely debunked. There was no, glass or pieces of taillight on top of the snow. That did not happen. He said the cops never went in the house. They were in the house that morning, that very morning, right as John was taken out, the cops went in the house. That 100% happened. So, so many things that he lied about, or got lied to about, at least from Karen, and then lied to the world about, have been debunked about 10 times. And what happens is when one of those things gets debunked, he just doesn't talk about it again. He doesn't correct it and say, oh, hey guys, this is the information I was given, but I guess it is wrong. He just never talks about it again. Just ignores comments about it, doesn't talk about it. If anybody asks, he flips out. Amazing to me. Absolutely freaking amazing. That amazes me that people say that, and I just have to skip by stupid people and be like, no evidence. Right. Sure thing. How many exhibits were there? Also, witness statements are evidence, just FYI, in case you didn't know, I wish I could squeeze all of you. Yeah, I'm going to show people that in a second. Oh, yeah. Yep. She's still doing that. Yep. The media here, I have now, I already was a little iffy of mainstream media, but after this whole debacle, I can confidently say that the mainstream media kills things that don't fit into their narrative. They will not report on it. It really, really pissed me the hell off when I knew about certain things, and I knew at the same time that Ted Daniels was told through the same source that I was told and given the evidence of it. And still not a peep about it from him. Not a peep. Not a single peep, because it didn't fit the station's narrative at that point. Didn't fit it. I mean, you even have the Stewart Turtle admitting that him and Karen both knew the federal investigation was over, but purposefully misled the cult into, nope, it's, as far as we know, it's still going. We don't know what they're talking about. No, it's not over. They needed people to believe it was still going, because that made it look like, well, they're looking into something still. There must be something there. Then he admits it like a moron, like an idiot. Oh, I could tell you guys that now. And the fact that even on the small occasions that he admits to lying to all of these people, there's like, meh, cool. We get it. You had to. No, he didn't, actually. Misleading people on purpose? For what? To what end? It's not some secret you were holding. It was public news at that point. So why not be like, yeah, I confirmed it's over. That's the story, right? For a journalist, it's a fact. You don't just report things or not report things because they don't fit into your narrative. It's part of the story. Yeah, I've talked about this crash. It really makes it, I know, right? RV life, Lisa. You guys all have to join. We all have to get one giant RV. Me, Jesse, Lisa, Joy, all of us. We're all getting in that thing and just traveling. That would be so fun. But I get it. I've talked about this. Like, those poor victims' families have no idea what they're about to deal with if these people, you know what I mean, are going to be harping on that case. The kid was traveling at over 100 miles an hour. There is no excuse. You think I saw some social media posts from some social media person, and I'm like, oh, here we go. They were already making excuses, and, well, the state charged him differently. It's an election year, blah, blah, blah. It had nothing to do with the fact that the kid was going over 100 miles an hour and killed 4 people. Maybe that's why he was charged. So you wanted him to not be charged? Exactly. What's the argument there? Don't charge him with murder? Just asking for a friend. So the argument is don't charge him because it's an election year. It might look shady. I don't get the argument. I don't get it. Because that's what he does, Jesse. His whole life is a dumpster fire. All he knows how to do is try to make fun of other people and throw shade at other people for their lives or the perceived way, the things that he doesn't like about the way they live or things that he makes up about them, when his whole entire life is an actual dumpster fire. It's amazing to me. It is amazing to me. Take one damn look in the mirror, sir. Like, nobody's perfect. There's no such thing as perfect. But when your entire content creation is surrounded around trying to shame other people for things they did or not even didn't do, things that he made up, or some enemy or some person that they pissed off paid him to write a story about, which he did for many years. Time to look for other content, my dude, because your entire personal life is a dumpster fire. So where do you get off criticizing anyone else's? It doesn't make any logical sense to me, that kind of behavior is things that, children in middle school do. I'm going to egg your house because you didn't give me candy on Halloween. Like, who behaves in that manner as a grown adult? There's no maturity there past the mind of a 13-year-old, It's where his brain is stuck and probably will forever be stuck, unfortunately. It's that, we got to see them right from where we were, which was nice. They were just right there. And actually, my neighbors have been setting off fireworks for 2 days, and we were sitting out in the yard with our fire pit yesterday night and just enjoying the weather last night, out there eating dinner and watching the fireworks from my yard. It shouldn't, it shouldn't. It definitely shouldn't, but it is. And that's half the problem, Happy 4th of July weekend. Well, that's why we just ignore them, and it's not hard for me to do because they don't really mean that much to me. I mean, what bothers me is harassing other people. That's what bothers me. When it comes time to be judged in this life, you want to look up and say, well, I spent, quarter of my life harassing people on the internet for a man named the Sewer Turtle who has no integrity, no loyalty, and only cares about himself. I mean, what? Why? Just why? I just don't understand it. It doesn't make any logical sense to me. It just really doesn't. Now, this is what I would like to see. Hold on. Let's see. Video. All right. So, if any of you have ever heard of the twin flames cult, I'm about to they executed search warrants on this cult, by the way, 4 days ago. Multiple search warrants related to the Twin Flames universe on Tuesday, it says. But there was a video. If I can find it here. I just had it. It was on. What the hell? Is this it? I think this is it. Yeah. It is. All right. Now, Michigan's not fucking around. All right. Michigan is not fucking around. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I know. I mean, this is life, Oh, yeah, she has. She doesn't like him. She can't stand him. See, Karen Reed holds grudges, folks. And he tried to blackmail her that one time. So she hates him. She cannot stand him. She played nice for a while so that he wouldn't go nuclear on her. But now that the trial's over, she doesn't have to anymore. So she has instructed certain people to not even interview with him. Don't go anywhere near him, because she knows who he is. And it's like, well, you should have seen it, Karen. You're the same way, Is that what she was arguing, for him to get 2 years for killing 4 people? Like, that's what should happen for those Pepperdine students? Like, what were they doing that they deserve to die with somebody driving over 100 miles an hour, and the kid shouldn't be charged? He should just be given 2 years for killing 4 people driving over 100 miles an hour recklessly. Yeah, okay. That's such a ridiculous argument. I'm guessing if it was that person's child, they wouldn't feel the same way. Now, would they? I mean, the fact that anybody's arguing that tells me one of two things. Either you're a friend of or getting paid by the defense to spew that bullshit. No normal person is going to say, you should only get 2 years for killing 4 people at driving over 100 miles per hour. What kind of ridiculous, nonsensical bullshit is that? Unless you're getting something out of the deal by saying something ridiculous like that. You know? Come on. Seriously. It should have. I agree with you. I agree with you. Shut up. A bear? Oh my God. So there was this guy. Hey, Grave. There was this guy, okay? I forget where he lived specifically, somewhere in the mountains, but he was like the bear whisperer, this guy, okay? And he used to tell the people in the area, he would give them stickers after their car windows were broken and the bears opened the doors, and he would put a sticker on like the broken window or the broken door that said like don't feed the bears, because he used to tell people do not leave food in your car. A bear can smell through that and will literally tear your window out and get into your car, destroy it just to find whatever food is in there. Like, so don't feed the bears, folks. Don't feed the bears. Don't feed the goddamn bears. Hey, Trace. Oh, I'm sure she did. I mean, what ridiculous thing to say. 2 years for killing 4 people. I mean, that's kind of absurd, you know? Well, that's the thing. The First Amendment is not in a vacuum, folks. You know? It's not in a vacuum. It's has its limits. It's not endless, you know? It's not just you can do whatever you want because it's First Amendment, First Amendment, First Amendment. That's not the way it works. You know, the Supreme Court has said that. There's a reason why you can't go into a theater when there's no fire and scream fire. It's not your First Amendment right to do that. Okay? Yes, I do. I know it's amusing for the rest of us. It is amusing for the rest of us. I can believe it. I had talked to the bear whisperer guy for a while there on social media, back and forth, asking him certain things because I watched the documentaries with him in it, and I found it intriguing the way he did stuff. And it's like they're very smart. Bears are very smart. A raccoon? Oh my God, I want one so bad. They're just so fuzzy. You know what I want? I want like a little squirrel. Like a little squirrel, just a little. I have a little squirrel that comes up on my porch that I feed. He likes the bird feed, so we give him the bird feed. But I'll see him, and he's very fluffy, so you can't miss him. And I'll see him, and I'll just put it right on the step, and he'll come up the steps, boop boop boop, under the front porch, and get his little thing. So cute, so cute. All right, so this is. Let me show you guys. The Michigan Attorney General's office is not fucking around. All right. Not fucking around. Why? I want a squirrel. I like squirrels. My little sister, when she was little, used to call them squirrels. Squirrels, mommy, squirrels. That's what she used to say. Mommy, it's squirrels. She was so stinking cute. What happened, sister? Just kidding. Oh my God. See? Bear tried to get in the car. See? That's crazy. Yep. All right. Now, here's the Michigan Attorney General. Okay. Right. So, Massachusetts, pay attention. Okay. Because at least Michigan here is paying attention. This is what the Michigan Attorney General's office is saying about Twin Flames, folks. Okay. Here we go.
Hi, I'm Michigan Attorney General Dana Nessel. Today, my office, along with local law enforcement, the Michigan State Police, and the U.S. Department of Labor Office of Inspector General, executed search warrants on 2 residences as part of our investigation into Twin Flames Universe. Twin Flames is a largely online organization with leaders based in Leelanau County, Michigan, that allegedly uses coercive control over its members, both in Michigan and across the United States.
Coercive control.
We believe that many of their actions may have been illegal, and we're asking for the general public's help in this investigation. Anyone with information about potential criminal conduct regarding Twin Flames Universe, its operators, Jeff and Shalia Devine, Christine and Jason Emmerich, its related organizations, including the Church of Union and the Mind Alignment Process, or their members, are encouraged to contact my office and may do so anonymously. A website has been set up with a tip form, mi.gov/agtfu, or you can email us directly at ag-tfuinfo@mi.gov. Thank you for your help.
So the Michigan Attorney General's office is not effing around. Okay. They're not effing around. They're like, hey, no, I haven't seen that, but listen, if it has to do with squirrels, I'll totally watch it. I love squirrels. They're so stinking cute. But the Michigan Attorney General's office is not effing around. And it's funny because, she said that they employ tactics like coercive control. Well, funny enough, coercive control was just changed in Massachusetts under the definition of abuse. Now sits coercive control. It also was integrated into things like restraining orders and HPOs, where coercive control is now one of the things that you can use to get one of those. So if somebody is using coercive control over you, i.e., threatening you or saying if you do this or I'll do that, that is coercive control. Now, I wonder who else uses coercive control. Let me think about that for a second. Oh, that's right, the sewer cult. Yeah, they use a lot of coercive control. Sorry, guys. My Chido is on the phone with her friend and she's like screaming through the phone. They're playing a game together and all I can hear is them screaming at each other. So I appreciate the tag yesterday, by the way, from Billy Martin. He was asking if we could go live and explain the sewer turtle situation from this weekend. And I was obviously with my family having fun for the 4th of July, but I did say that I would talk about it today, which I have. But it's sad, the prosecution isn't just allowed to go out there, even after the case, and say what this narrative is wrong and these people are lying, but the Michigan Attorney General's office here is not dealing with twin flames anymore. They said, hold on, we see a cult. We're being told this is cult like. We need to check this out, right? Exactly. At least Michigan has some balls, right? Now, not all cults are religious, all right? That's not the case. Hold on. Sorry, guys. Yeah, at least I have some balls. So here's the thing, right? Twin Flames itself is a technically religious cult. Not all cults are religious. Let's remember that. But technically, it's a religious cult run by Jeff and Sheila Devine. Now, these are not, technically, these people have changed their name. And you know how people change their names and say, like, oh, I'm a god, I'm a this, I'm a that, right? So the background of these people is Jeff, who was formerly like Ender something, his last name was, grew up in Michigan in a Catholic family. Childhood friend told Vice News that in his younger years, he focused on learning everything he could about Warren Buffett. Interesting. He in high school, he was on the swim team, theater club, graduated from Western Michigan University's business school in 2010, and then sold all of his belongings and moved to a farm. It's like an agricultural farm where they grow crops and they live off of them in California. And then 2012, he moved to Hawaii. Sounds like he was already looking for like a cult-like place to be way back then, Hold on one second, guys. Okay. So, sorry, guys. Like I was saying. So they met, right? in, God, I think it was 2014-ish, I believe. Somewhere around there. 2012. So her name was Megan Plant. All right. They met online. And then in 2014, they met like in real life for the first time and made their first video together. All right. They married in 2016 and have one kid born in 2023, a daughter. So Megan Plant changed her name to Sheila Divine. All right. I have no friggin' idea why. Why? Because apparently she needs to match Jeffrey Divine, who was not born Jeffrey Divine. He changed his name to that. Like she was in a Catholic family. She was a photography student, and she did Reiki, and said she was a psychic that worked at a Thai restaurant. She changed her name on the advice of her quote spiritual teacher. Interesting. What it sounds like to me is these people were very lost in life. They did not know where they fit in. All right. And what happens when you feel like you don't fit in? You look for a place to fit in. You look for a place where something that you like or love, or, you can find common interests with people. And when you can't find that, then what happens? Then you end up looking in places like cults, folks, like cults. You don't realize, you create your own reality. When they think they've found it, when they get into these cults, they don't realize that they're in a cult. See, that's half the problem. If you even go back and listen to some of the people who were in, and this is so sad to me, but who were in the Waco situation, some of the survivors of the Waco situation, one of them, the way one of them still speaks strikes me, because all of the other ones have sort of figured out like they were in a very toxic cult environment. But this one person still talks as if they're still yearning for that cult, as if maybe after that they never found another place to fit in or belong. But that can be very dangerous. Loneliness apparently can be very, very dangerous, because this cult, Twin Flames, teaches that every individual has a twin flame. Now, that's not something that people haven't talked about before. Everybody has a twin flame or a soul mate. Okay, cool, great, that's wonderful. They initially allowed outsiders to be assigned as twin flames, with them assigning you who your twin flame is. That is not how soulmates work. You don't get assigned a soulmate, right? That should be your very first big red flag, is someone's assigning you a soulmate or a, twin flame. That's absurd. So Jeff and Sheila would assign these twin flames to people, and then their member is encouraged to pursue that twin flame romantically, right? So it's just insane to me. So it has led to instances of members facing restraining orders and criminal charges for like stalking, for them doing it like outside of the cult. So that's why they changed it to people who are only in the cult now. So you can only have a twin flame that's in the cult and not outside of the cult. They're encouraged to engage in what they call mirror exercise, folks. All right. It requires you to think about what's bothering you, right? And then blame yourself for it in a mirror. I kid you not. It's a way to break you down emotionally and mentally. It's a way to make you feel like everything you do is wrong and it's your fault. It's not anybody else's fault. Nothing has ever happened to you that was the result of someone else's bad choice. Everything is your fault always and forever, and you need to blame yourself. Why do they do things like that? Well, it's psychological torture, my friends. If they break you down enough and they throw little things at you like, oh, you did this today. That's so wonderful. You're getting it. You're understanding. It's a way to then build them up a tiny bit, a piece at a time, but only you. So that you're controlling every tiny little thing that these people do, say, think, feel. I mean, it's absurd. It's insane. Yeah, if you watch a documentary, there is a documentary on this, folks. But I just saw some correlations here, right? So the coercive control is something that most cults use, it's really sad. So that they have gone above and beyond some of the things that you would think uh any cult would do. And again, it started mostly online. That's how they draw people in, online, right? Yeah, and enlightenment, like Lucifer. I mean, it's insane to me. Like, they claim to be supportive of LGBT, but some people say, what I'm hearing them say is, I want to get closer to who I'm supposed to be. That raises a red flag for me. We don't want there to be a supposed to be about gender. We want gender to be something you're allowed to discern on your own. This is what the new school professor Cassius Adair said. This is just statements I'm reading for you guys. The conservative Christian organization Focus on the Family has criticized Divines for operating a cult with new age take on the prosperity gospel that is too deeply flawed human beings preaching a patchwork of new age beliefs for their personal gain. Now, what I find funny is that's exactly what it is. It's to their personal gain. These two people, all right, were clearly lost on their own as human beings before they then found each other and both being lost human beings. So what they decided to do was draw in more lonely, sad human beings that don't fit in anywhere, right? And say, hey, right? You can do bad all by yourself. You don't need somebody to tell you to get in a mirror and blame yourself for what's bothering you. I mean, that is so insane to me. All right. Satanist, yeah. See, I am temple. Interesting stuff, murder. Like that's what I'm talking about. But if you go, okay, so let me show you guys something. Let's see if I can show you a clip of part of the thing here. Trying to find the clip that, you know what? There's one right here. Take a look at for a second. Hold on.
Where would you go to find your soulmate? Would you cut ties with your family, give away your life savings, or even change who you are? Just because someone on YouTube told you it was your destiny? That's exactly what dozens,
It's
maybe
insane.
hundreds of people did when they joined something called Twin Flames Universe. It all started with two people, Jeff and Shalea, a couple from Michigan, charismatic, soft-spoken, and armed with one powerful idea, that every person on Earth has one true spiritual partner,
Cool,
their
we might.
twin flame, and if you followed their guidance, you'd find yours. Sound beautiful, right? That's what people thought at first, until some of them ended up broke, isolated from their
Oof.
families, working long hours for free, or even undergoing life-altering gender transitions
Yeah,
they later regretted.
you heard that,
And
folks.
now, state and federal agents are knocking on Jeff and Chilea's door with search warrants, flashlights, and a list of questions that might end with prison time. This is the story of how love became a trap and how a spiritual movement turned into a full-blown federal investigation. Let's go back to where it began. Jeff and Shalea met in 2012. Nothing unusual, just two people connecting over Facebook. But then they
They
started
too got
making
crazy,
videos
guys.
on YouTube
Yep.
talking about the idea of twin flames, two
Insane.
souls split in half at creation, destined to be reunited. The pitch was irresistible. If you signed up for their online coaching, they'd help you align with your twin flame. They'd help you heal, grow, and eventually unite with the one person you were truly meant to be with. And it wasn't just vague spiritual fluff. Jeff and Shalea laid out a system, courses, lessons, mentorships. They even assigned people their twin flames. That's when things started to get, well, weird. Because your twin flame, it wasn't someone you chose. Jeff and Shalea chose them for you. And if the person didn't like you back, if they rejected you, well, according to Jeff, that was just an illusion. You were supposed to persist, push through, love them harder. Some followers took that message literally. relocating across states, showing up uninvited at people's homes, and even getting hit with restraining orders. But it didn't stop there. Some women were told that they were divine masculines in the wrong body, and that to truly unite with their twin flame, they had to transition,
Like what?
change their names, their pronouns, their hair, their hormones. Some of them even started medical treatments, not because they felt trans, but because they were told that's what God, through Jeff and Shalea, wanted for them.
Mm-mm.
Let that sink in. Meanwhile, Jeff and Shalea were living large in a Michigan mansion. Coaching packages were going for $4,444, $8,888, and they claimed the
Insane.
organization was worth close to $2 million by 2019.
It's insane.
But behind the scenes, former members say they were working for free, answering emails, managing social media, cleaning, cooking, being told it was part of their spiritual
and they're not
development.
being paid, probably.
Some of them lived on site during the pandemic in a kind of boot camp setup. They ran errands, worked long hours, and didn't get paid.
Shocker.
Just promises of growth, salvation, union.
Insane.
Until one day, it all spilled into the public. Netflix
Gee.
dropped a documentary called Escaping Twin Flames, and suddenly the world saw the cracks in the love story. Former followers came forward. They told stories of spiritual abuse, emotional manipulation,
I've heard all of
financial
this.
pressure, and worse. And they weren't just
From
making
the
noise
sewer.
online. They were talking to law enforcement. In June 2025,
Yep.
the Michigan Attorney General, Dana Nessel, made it official. Search warrants were executed on 2 properties tied to Jeff and Shalea. State police, federal labor agents, and multiple county sheriffs were involved. The investigation? Wide-reaching. They're
Yeah.
looking at allegations
Huge.
of coercive control, financial exploitation, involuntary labor, and possibly even identity manipulation. And remember, this isn't just local. TFU operated entirely online.
Yep.
Their followers are scattered across the U.S. and
Everywhere.
beyond, which means the case
Feds.
might not stop at Michigan.
Nope.
So what are the charges likely to be? Former federal prosecutor Gene Rossi says the first things that come to mind
Victims
are
everywhere.
wire fraud and
Feds.
mail fraud. That means someone used electronic communications or mail to trick people into giving up money. Simple terms, a bait and switch. You're promised
illegal.
spiritual love. What you get is psychological
Torture.
pressure, demands for money, and loss of autonomy. And then there's the Department of Labor. Their involvement signals another layer, possible labor law violations. If people were doing work for the group without pay, under pressure, with no choice but to obey, that's considered involuntary servitude. Think about that. You sign up for a spiritual
Slave
journey
labor,
and end up
essentially.
scrubbing floors in someone else's house with no paycheck, no contract, and no freedom to leave without spiritual punishment. It's the oldest trick in the book: disguise control as devotion. Now, is it technically
Yep.
a cult? That's tricky. Cult expert Rick Ross calls Twin Flames Universe a destructive cult. He says the group fits a pattern:
Same as the sewer.
charismatic leaders, total control over followers, promises of salvation, and heavy exploitation. He's seen it before in Nixium, in Scientology,
There
in
it is,
groups where
folks.
people give up their money, time, and identity, thinking they're ascending spiritually,
Thinking they're
but
making
actually just
something
serving
better.
someone else's empire. And here's
Sewer
where it
cult.
gets even darker. Twin Flames' teachings didn't just push people into emotional
Bingo.
spirals. In some cases, they pushed them into stalking, delusion, even altering their bodies in
Gee,
irreversible
where have you
ways.
seen that before?
Women who weren't gay were told they needed to date other women because Jeff said those women were men in spiritual form. People who questioned
What?
Jeff were told they were rejecting God. One follower asked him why she didn't feel comfortable with her assigned twin flame. Jeff answered, "How dare you question your God? That's not love. That's control."
It's coercive control, folks.
But here's the kicker. As of now, no one's been arrested. No one's been charged. Jeff and Shalea say everything is voluntary, that their community is built on love and freedom. They claim the media is twisting their teachings and that their
Teaching.
work is
Got
new,
it.
experimental, and collaborative. They're not hiding. In May 2025, they posted a video defending themselves, saying, "We were helping
Because they
students
do.
at their pace. No one's done what we're doing before." But as the investigation rolls on,
Exactly, Michael. That's the
prosecutors are
point.
digging deeper. They're looking for the receipts, bank statements, emails, messages, anything that proves Jeff and Shalea knew what they were doing was exploitative. Because here's the legal test. If people willingly gave money, time, and effort, then fine. It's a weird spiritual business,
But
but it's legal.
right.
But if they were misled, manipulated,
Yep.
coerced into giving all that under false promises, that's
Right.
fraud. And if they worked for free, under pressure, with no choice but to obey,
Or
that's
get
illegal
destroyed
labor. And if there's a
online
pattern, if
and their
multiple people were
lives
affected the same way over time,
harassed.
that's racketeering, a criminal
Rico, my
enterprise,
friends.
RICO
Rico.
level serious. The irony is Jeff and Shalea
Rico.
built this empire by promising to help people find love. But in the end, most of their followers say they only found fear, confusion, and loss. Loss of money, of identity, of family ties. And now, the cameras are gone. The mansion is quiet, but the law is just getting started. One by one, investigators are going through hard drives, emails, testimonies,
The whole
and one day
shebang.
soon, a decision will be made. Will this end with handcuffs,
It will.
a courtroom sound off, or a quiet deal behind closed doors?
Or that.
We don't know yet. But one thing's for sure. The story of Twin Flames universe isn't about love. It's about power. And when power wears the mask of romance, sometimes that's the most dangerous kind of all. So, what do you think?
What's really sad is you can correlate a lot of that shit to the sewer turtles nonsensical bullshit. You will do what I tell you to do. You will take my directives. You will stalk, harass, intimidate, and destroy anyone I don't like, me, the sewer turtle. And you will all do that because you are my followers and you're doing it for the betterment of everyone. These people are, quote, bad. So, he gives a dog whistle. The dog whistle of mob members takes said dog whistle, try to destroy these people's lives and livelihoods. It's the same thing. And the funny part about it is they have his devices. So all that RICO is already in his devices. They have blackmail. They definitely have parts of racketeering for sure. And I know this because I know what the state police have because I've went with many of the victims of his that came forward to the state police and handed them over the evidence in writing of him threatening, and not just him, a lot of his top member idiots as well. It's sad. It's sad. You know? Oh, that's awful, Holly. I'm sorry to hear that. That's terrible. But you know what? You got her out. And that's the important part, my friend. You got her out, you know? Well, that's the thing. Not all cults are religious. Let's all remember that. Not all cults are religious. But you will find one thing in common with every cult: coercive control. Every goddamn time. Fear tactics are a real thing. If you use fear to control people, if they don't do X, Y, and Z, you're going to come for them the way you've come for other people. They're going to do it. Exactly. Exactly. All fear tactics, you know? Of course he did, because he wants it to be a Karen Reed level party outside of his court dates. What he doesn't seem to understand is a lot of the FKR people actually can't even stand him. It's just his cult that can stand him. And, you know, it's dealing with, yeah, it's exactly like DV, because coercive control is part of domestic violence. Okay. Using coercive control over others is part of domestic violence. This is what these people do best: coercive control. All right. It's just sad. It's sad when you are controlling what others do, think, feel. I've heard from a lot of these people that come out of the sewer cult and are like, I would have never said or did half of the things I said or did if I didn't feel like I was doing it for a good cause. And that's what they were, trained to believe, that this was a good cause. They were fighting for a good cause and an innocent person and people who were just, innocent. And so this was a good cause for them to fight, and they're fighting against evil and bad. The problem being is what they were fighting against is any perceived threat that the sewer turtle had, including just his own jealousy, because he's a very insecure little man, taking, advantage of people and them trying to find something or some sort of entity to belong to because they feel like they want to be a part of something, whether it's to do something good and they had good intentions. I don't believe everybody, had bad intentions. I feel like they were duped. Okay. A lot of these people probably won't realize. Thank you, Becca. They probably won't realize how duped they were until some of the text messages and things from his devices come out in his trial. Then when they get to see some of that, then maybe some of them will wake up and be like, holy shit, the entirety of the time he didn't care. Now, what they're going to find in the search warrant that they just executed on these people a couple days ago, I have no idea, but I do know what they will find in the sewer cults. And what they will find is blackmail, threats of blackmail, extortion type behaviors, racketeering. I mean, all crimes, my friends, all crimes, all of them. When you have to threaten people to get them to do what you want, or you have to threaten people to be quiet, then you're clearly not the one doing something right. There's no reason for you to have to try to blackmail, threaten, or silence people if you're innocent, right? So for all the people that are like, oh, he was just that stupid. And again, mantras, that's what cults do. Mantras. They repeat something over and over and over and over. And then their followers repeat it over and over and over and over. Okay. Until everyone believes it. Even if it's not true, because they've just repeated it so many times. That's why you see all the FKR or sewer turtle talking points. Because it's things that have been repeated over and over. So the thing that he keeps repeating over and over is, I got arrested for speaking up for Karen Reed. No, you got arrested because you went to your ex-girlfriend's house and you threatened her and her children, and you tried to have her throw her phone in a river, and you blackmailed her and emotionally tortured her, okay, for hours to do what you wanted, or else, or you were going to destroy her life and her kids' lives, make fake accounts of them. And then he did it all anyway, because of course she had the balls to actually call the police and say, help, what do I do here? Okay. These are the things that can get you arrested. Those are called crimes. So then you can't then cry later on that you were arrested for those and say, oh, it was only because I was speaking up for Karen Reed. He was arrested because of that. It had nothing to do with Karen or her case. The witness intimidation charges did, but that's not what he ultimately went to jail for and was arrested for. It was because of what he did to his ex-girlfriend and her children, her small children. He's a sick, sick human. Okay. Well, that's what I'm saying. I think a lot of people who are drawn in are unaware. And that's the part that makes me sad, is there are good people that are drawn into these things, by feeling like they're going to belong somewhere and that they're doing something good or better for the world. It's really sad. It's really sad, because then they get sucked in and then they're too afraid to leave or get out. How many people have already went to the state police saying they were afraid when it came to the sewer cult? I can tell you, at least from what I know, a few. And a few more that I learned about after. So, I mean, you're talking about a guy that's not playing with a full deck. The same guy who sat there and told him, Jesus told him, and God told him. Those are huge red flags. Huge red flags. He's a sick, sick individual. He needs help. Can't not run around on planet Earth and keep coercively controlling and threatening people. And Michigan, at least, is saying no more. No more. No friggin' more. No more of this bullshit, you know? Oh, absolutely. That's what they do. And that's why I probably will never listen to a single thing that the mainstream media ever says ever again, because it's all skewed. Because if it doesn't fit their narrative of what the mainstream media wants it to be, they won't report on it, and they'll just kill the story, you know? I love when he tries to say he's not doing anything wrong. Like, yeah, bro. If you have to threaten, harass, intimidate, if you have to do any to try to silence or stop somebody, then you're committing a crime. You're doing something wrong. Nobody who's not doing something wrong needs to try to silence or harass or intimidate or blackmail anyone. Us normal people don't have to go around trying to silence or harass people or intimidate them. I mean, screaming and yelling at people who send him $2 or $3 saying that you have to send him at least 5, that you're all cheapskates, how dare you? Like, hello. It's a warning to everybody else. If you send me this, I will berate you. I mean, that's just utterly disgraceful. Do me a favor, guys. We're an hour and 22 minutes in. You want to hit that like button if you already have not. I would appreciate it. Also, if you would like to donate to the channel, because we rely on the kindness of all of you and donations for us to keep bringing you content, we would appreciate that. We have a link at the top of the chat that you can use to use credit or debit, or we have things like Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, Revolut. We have all of those options. And then, of course, you can get yourself a membership. I know a lot of you are going to be coming due for some memberships that you have been gifted. So you can choose to continue it. You'll get an email, or you can not continue it, but you'll get an email asking if you want to continue it. The lowest tier is $4 a month to support the channel. And I appreciate all of you who already renewed your memberships. It does help. We appreciate it very, very much. I mean, that, exactly. And you know what really bothers me is one of these places that consider themselves religious, they're tax exempt. That's how they make all this money, is by saying they are a church, right? You can make any religion you want. You could make the religion of cookies if you wanted to. The religion of Mary Lou's coffee can be a thing. All right. And then you're tax exempt for being a religious, entity or church. Well, that's the sad part, right? That's the sad part. I appreciate you, Joy. I appreciate you. Also, just a heads up for you guys. Today is the 6th of July. So July 27th, no, 25th through 27th. There will be no shows. I will be hopefully taking a 3-day vacation, adult vacation in Maine. And so I will not have any normal shows. I will have like a impromptu sort of live while I'm gone, just to say hi and show you guys what some relaxation looks like. But the July 25th through 27th, so that's a Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I leave early Friday morning. I don't come back until Sunday night. Those days I will not be live. So things like renewing or donating actually help, because I'm trying to squirrel away everything I can to pay my bills before I go. The trip itself is taken care of. That's all set. And I'm hoping to just sit on the river and relax and woosah. You know what I mean? Yeah, that part really, really gets me. Tax exempt. They're tax exempt, you guys. Like, what? So they buy more shit. Boats, real estate. But if you buy real estate, guess what you can do with that real estate? Rent it out. Right? And also, if you just flip real estate all the time as well, goes up, you sell it. Oh yeah. Both of them, what it seems like, we're not, living a high off the hog before, Well, he sort of has in ways. It's scary to think. This is why we can't This is why we can't have nice things, folks. Okay. This is why we can't have nice things is this whole tax exempt. If you're, there needs to start being like a limit on this shit, right? As long as you call it a religion, you're just tax exempt. I mean, come on. There has to be some boundaries to that because as we can see for decades, it's been used and you got to close those loopholes. It was meant for like churches that are like, you know, taking in the donations when you're sitting in the pews and they take in donations. That's what it was meant for. It was not meant for these mega churches and these empires of, oh, give me, give me, give me. And, you know, the minister or the preacher is living high off the hog and everybody else is giving their everything. That is not what it was meant for at all. It was meant for churches that were taking in donations that were also helping the poor. That's part of what the mission of a church usually is. And they were doing things like having food pantries or delivering food to the elderly, things of that nature. And they would keep a certain amount of funds to keep the place running. And then also to make sure that they could help their community members and people of their church if they needed that kind of help. And that has been used to take advantage of at that point, you know? Yeah, I know. Me too. Me too. Me too. Mega church means mega money. It's that simple. It's money, you know? That's the part that bothers me. It's legally tax exempt for them to just sort of wrench it out of you. You know? See, that's what I'm saying. See, churches like that like do this stuff, build homes or food. That's what it's meant for. That exactly. It's not meant for private planes and fucking Rolexes. Like it's just not meant for that type of shit, you know? Girl, I don't blame you. Don't, you know, it's not I don't watch it either because I mean, who wants to sit there and listen to just lies 24/7, you know? It's kind of crazy. Yeah, because he's in international waters. So you can't you can't come get me. I'm in international waters. See, that's the kind of like stuff. Like they have plans. You think they didn't put money in Swiss bank accounts. They didn't, you know, hide it, squirrel some away here, in here. I mean, they'd be stupid if they didn't. Obviously, these people know what they're doing. They definitely did. And I mean, I'll say it again, just for clarity, Becca, I don't think that creators in general shouldn't make money. Of course they should. It's their job. It's my job. Okay. So I spend a lot of time doing research and paying for things to do this whole thing. And so of course creators should get paid. Yes, they should. But it's when you're lying and you're pushing the boundaries is when that line is drawn at that point, right? It's just insane to me that this is where it has gotten, okay, to places where people just join these cults. And no, I get what you mean, but I mean in general, what we've seen that with the FK where it's all about money, and I get it, it is mostly, but we're talking about people that they could sustain themselves. Some of these people, and these twin flames, they're social media people. They made YouTube videos, so something with, if you think about it, something around 20,000 subscribers, right? If you had, I don't know, 1,000 of those 20,000 subscribers that got a membership, okay, got 1,000 of them. That's $4,000 a month. YouTube takes about half of that. So around 2,000 ish is probably what the creator would get. That is sustainable itself to pay for the cost and make something on its own with that many memberships. Okay. So when you get to the channels of that level, you know, then they're sustaining themselves just on things like memberships and merch. Anything that comes in after that for donations is, I mean, it's all profit after that. So when you are making that kind of money, but you still have to lie, make it a church, it's a church, okay? Twin flames to these people like, hey, come out here, we'll find your twin flame, right? We'll find your twin flame. You buy our $8,000 seminar that we sell or $4,000. It's what? And it's teaching you to do basically as they tell you. It's to break you down so that they're the only people who can build you up. It's literally psychological torture in a way. I can't, it's just so sad. Huh. The religion of psychopaths, maybe. I'm actually shocked that Scientology hasn't been some people in that, thing. Yes, he does. That's what yep. He does call his Thursday night paid whatever things a sex cult, which is just insane. Who the hell calls it that? No, it's not. You have to pay, like, I think it's, I don't know, less than $1,000 for like the licenses, or depending on state, I guess, for the licenses to pay for that. But it's not hard. You just got to fill out the paperwork and then pay the fees. Again, money, right? The government wants their money too. So realistically, most things are about money. Hey, you want a 501c? Cool, great. Here, pay for this. Pay for it. Give us money and you can have your 501c. I mean, the government's just as bad when it comes to certain things. You know what I mean? I appreciate you, Jack. I appreciate you, my friend. I do. I appreciate all of you. Most people know you can always come and watch for free. I appreciate anybody who donates, because it is my income. It is, whatever I make on a stream goes to costs, and then whatever's left over I might get. So I appreciate all of you. I feel like that's such a true statement, Maestro. At the head of every cult bar, none is a dude who couldn't get laid without it. That's a great point, Maestro. An absolutely great freaking point. Oh, man. But that's exactly it, right? If you leave said cult, you are then they try to draw you back in at first because you might know some cult secrets, right? And that's damaging. So if you know cult secrets and that's damaging, then they want to try to draw you back in with things like fear, or to keep your mouth shut, at least, even if you're not going to come back to the cult, they want you to keep your mouth shut. So they're going to employ tactics like fear. Familiar? Yes, quite familiar, Well, that's the other thing. If you're saying things you don't believe, like, as you guys know, I might not always say things that are popular, but I believe in the things that I talk about. I've lived a abundant life of dealing with a lot of BS, and also a lot of really beautiful moments, and traveling, and learning about the things that matter, because when the day is done and you lay your head down, what matters is that I wake up in the morning, and that my children wake up in the morning, and everyone is alive and safe. And I wish I could say healthy, but that's, goal for everyone to be healthy as well, because when you're not, it's a constant fear of what's going to happen next. Probably the normal time in the morning. We'll just go over some other stuff first, and then cover the hearing at 2. So yeah, we'll probably just do the normal 9:30 in the morning, and then his hearing's not until 2, but we'll have other stuff to go over. Speaking of which, I really want to point out that my heart is with the people of Texas, and those missing children in that flash flood from the camp. Some confirmed already have passed and were found, but there are missing children still from that camp. And there were other camps along the river there. They had no notice. They had no idea that these flash floods were going to happen. And it wiped out entire camps on the riverbanks where these camps were located, all up and down the Guadalupe River. And there were 24 missing girls from one camp. And I can only imagine the fear that those kids felt in that moment. It's horrific. It's horrifying to even think about. I really hope they find some of them alive somewhere, hiding, clinging somewhere, something. Because some of these kids, some of the older kids were stationed sort of uphill at like the older kids camp, which realistically, if you're thinking about it, probably the littler kids should have been uphill. The older kids probably more able to swim, should have been the ones closer to the river. But it's terrifying. absolutely friggin' terrifying to think that, and that the amount of money that those camps charge for like $3,000 for like 30 days or something. It was a lot of money for these kids to go there. And these are kids who most of them went year after year, same camp. They had so much fun at. And I went to summer camp as a kid, overnight summer camp that I loved. We climbed Mount Monadnock. My sister ended up being a counselor afterwards at that same camp. It was in New Hampshire. And we were not next to a river or anything like that, but I can only imagine how scared they would have been. I picture myself in my cabin, you know, and in their shoes, like waking up to branches and sounds of water outside that are not normal sounding, and then having nowhere to go, opening the door. Where are you going? There's nowhere to go. And we had our counselor slept in the cabin with us. It's not clear whether they were sleeping or if it was the middle of the day, or, what was going on, why they weren't all there. But I don't know. Goodbye, troll. It's a hearing for his witness intimidation charges. Probably not, but you never know. Never know with the stuff he just pulled over the 4th of July weekend. It's a possibility. But it's sad. It's terrifying. There are people missing. There are confirmed over 50. I think it was over 50 that have passed, including 2 kids that live nearby but were not part of the camp. Even if you can swim, I feel like if you get a camp on the river, right, in every bunk, and apparently there was, and I didn't know this, but until today, but this morning, but there was actually another flood in 86, the year I was born, where 10 kids died on a camp on that same river. So you would think that at that point you would keep things like life vests for each camper, under their bunk, or whatever, hanging on the wall next to their bunk, and a flotation like raft inside a boat inside the cabin bunks if you're that close to a river, because you never know when a flash flood can happen. And if another one had already happened in 86 where 10 children died, you'd think at that point you would have a plan. And so I do know that some of the parents of the surviving children are asking, why was there no plan when you're that close to the river to begin with? Alive? Please tell me alive. Please tell me alive. Please tell me alive. 2 found alive or 2 found passed. I know there was at least 3 that I heard of that were passed from that missing bunch of 24. Well, that's the thing. Me too. We all think that we could probably survive until it happens, and then you get swept under and your head hits off a rock and you get unconscious and you drowned. Or the water just keeps bashing and bashing so you can never get to the top. Or you get turned around so you're spinning and you can't see what's above or below and you drowned. There are so many scenarios, and we all would like to think that we could live or survive any kind of natural disaster, or a bomb of any sort. Yeah, it was 20. Yeah, I heard that 26 feet in a couple of hours. That's why I say, like, life vests should have been in those bunks, flat. Yeah, it is very rare. And they had no idea that anything would be at critical levels. Nothing in the forecast showed anything that would be of critical levels. It reminded me of what happened in North Carolina. And I had a friend who went to North Carolina and helped with recovery there with her cadaver dogs and her search and rescue dogs. And the stuff that she saw, it's horrific. It's awful. It's horrific. Yeah, well, that's the thing. And people don't realize that the smell isn't sewage. It's humans that haven't been found underneath branches and trees and rocks, and even thrown up into trees. At least in North Carolina, there were people and children thrown up into trees that they found in trees. It's horrible. Horrible. Me too. I'm very careful with my children when it comes to water. I will not let my little, and she can swim, but she's not getting in water unless I am standing right there, because I don't trust anybody enough to bring my child near water. Just don't. I'm afraid somebody's going to look away for 1 second at their kid
and something could happen to mine. So my kid doesn't go anywhere near water unless I'm there. Not an option. Yeah, and that's the sad, part about this is those kids were completely caught off guard. I watched a video of a literal cabin floating down this river with kids in it, inside of it, and they had a flashlight out, and these kids are in the cabin, and it's off its, thing and floating down the river. And I thought to myself, these are kids the same age as my little. Like, as a parent, that is gut wrenching to think about that, you know? Nope, I can't do it. I can't. As a parent, I feel that pain for those parents having to not know where their child is if they're missing and what the likelihood of that is. Yeah, no, I didn't think so. I know that they found at least 3 that had passed that were found out of the 24 missing. It's awful. Yeah. See, I don't like the salt water. I like, a river, a pool, a pond. I'm not a huge saltwater fan. I know it's like good for your skin or whatnot, but I'm just not a huge saltwater fan. Nowadays, just younger people, I guess. Nobody with a brain would really go down there. It's not a great area anymore. You would go somewhere like Duxbury Beach or to the Plymouth waterfront, or if you have family in Kingston where their private beaches are, like my family does, they have a sticker and they can get into the private beach down there. So, some Revere, not so much. That's North Shore, and also it's just become a shitty area. So, a lot of shit happens down there. Nantasket Beach, a lot of times people will go to. Yeah, Hingham, Nanny Beach is usually, or Maine. Here I come, Maine. I know I'll be in Maine on the 25th through the 27th of July. So just remember those dates. Yeah, I think my friend is, traumatized from that. Although, she's one of those people that helps, like she's a helper by nature. Like that's who she is. And I love her for that. She reminds me of me. Like she wants to help any chance she gets. She knew she had dogs that could help, and she, lives down there. So she helped. But I know that she did a lot, and she's, for weeks barely sleeping. I think she took like one day here or there to actually go home and sleep. And the stuff that she saw was awful. Places she had to mark that could have been someone's, loved one, with the cadaver dogs. It was like down trees, and so somebody way underneath all of that. And she would have to mark it off so that the actual search and they don't allow you to, like, if there's like a lot of it, they don't allow you to move it and look yourself. They have you mark it off so they can do it. But yeah, that's north of Boston. I know, right? I know, right? But yeah, I know it was a lot. It was definitely a lot for her. But she's one of those people that she's going to get in there and help no matter what. So that's what I love about her. And also what I love about you is you guys are always, helping someone and doing something because it's the right thing to do. If I can help, I'm going to help. I do the same thing. I mean, I honestly can't wait to go to Maine. I get one non-children trip, one adult trip a year usually, and this one is it. And it's a time to just disengage and relax and have a good time and not worry about anything, And everybody needs that couple minutes, couple days, couple hours, whatever it takes to detach from all of the hectic in and out of everyday life and sort of just chill, that so you can come back fresh and of sound mental and emotional mind, and and I'm hoping to get that when I go. Yes, stab and kill. Yeah, that's Savin Hill. Savin Hill, aka stab and kill. That's what we called it back in the day. Yep. Yeah, I mean, I don't do politics either, but I get they're gonna have to figure something out, especially for what's going on in Texas. They have to help, the federal government's gonna have to help because there's a lot of people still missing and a lot of shit going on. Hey Kim, that's what we used to call it, stab and kill. Swear to God. uh, oof. Oh no. That's weird too. Like, why? Apple doesn't allow you to buy your membership on there. I don't understand that. Get your shit together, Apple devices. Okay. I know you can from a computer and an Android device. I'm not understanding why Apple has like blocked the option of people being able to get their memberships on that device. It just doesn't make sense to me. To the membership needs a non-Apple device. Yeah, I don't get it. I don't understand. I guess you just have to hope that someone gives you guys one, I know that a lot of you had them, but they've already expired for this, coming around to this next month. So let's see. You can't? See why? I don't understand. Like, what is the deal? Does anybody know why that works like that? I don't know how to, because I don't have Apple devices. So I don't really know how to tell people that they can go about it. If there has to be a workaround, there just has to be, right? Because doesn't make any sense to me. How can you not get your membership on YouTube from an Apple device? It just doesn't make sense to me. You can if you open a browser. Yeah, but some people's browser, I think part of the reason why is because Apple also takes 30%. So where YouTube takes some and Apple takes some, it makes it less than 40% that the actual creator gets. That might be the reason why YouTube maybe made it that way on their devices. It's possible that Apple made it that way. I mean, YouTube made it that way because of Apple's need to take 30% as well, I'm guessing. I don't know. That's really strange. I'll try to find you guys a workaround. Maestro says you can if you open a browser, but I do know that I tried to do it on a friend's phone for them and for someone else's channel and that she likes. And it was just rerouting her. Like she would try to do it in the browser and it was rerouting her back to the app. So she couldn't even do it with the browser. But I guess it depends on if your phone does that or not, Yeah, you can still do, I think, super chats and super stickers, which is weird because the memberships should be exactly where the super chats and the super stickers are. At least they are on an Android device. So I don't know. I don't have an Apple. I don't have an iPhone. So that's like the only thing I can't help you guys with figuring out is how to get membership, like renew your membership or get your membership on an Apple device because I don't have an Apple device. I am told that if you do it on a browser, but like I said, sometimes if you try to do it on the browser, it'll just reroute you to the app. So then you're like, God damn it, what do I do now? Like, yeah, you can do that. But like I said, even doing that, sometimes it just brings you right back to the app. So yeah, you can't gift memberships either. That's weird. See, that's weird. You might be able to do it with your iPad. You can do it on a computer. It just seems to be iPhones as far as I understand, like the mobile devices. See, that's what pisses me off. If it only happens on smaller channels like mine, like why? For the love of God, we're the ones that have the hardest time. Big channels are not having a hard time getting donations in. They're not having a hard time getting super chats, super stickers. They're not having a hard time. Like that makes no sense to me. Like no sense. Like, can we get a little grace here, YouTube? We'd appreciate it. You freaking a-holes. Well, if you can't, I get it. Obviously, maybe somebody will gift you guys one and you don't have to worry about it for a month. But there are also the options to help support the channel like these. We have Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Revolut. We have the link at the top of the chat that's pinned, and you can just click on that link if you want to use credit or debit to donate to the channel. We can always use the help. We are a small channel. YouTube does make it difficult on us because they do these things like this. Yeah, that's annoying. You must have to get to a certain level. 20K, 30K, 50K, whatever it is. Freaking a-holes, right? Freaking a-holes. I mean, why make it so hard? Jessie's showing me what she can see on her tablet. Yeah. Okay, so on the tablet, you can do membership gifting. Super stickers, super chats, and membership gifting you can do on a tablet. I mean, they make it difficult. Maestro says they see the join button. See, I don't know. I don't have an iPhone, so that's something that I've never really been able to figure out because we all have Androids at my house. So, I mean, I prefer my Android over the iPhones. But I don't know. Yeah, so yeah, her phone, yep. So her own phone only shows super stickers and super chats, but the iPad itself shows the memberships, the gifting memberships, which is weird. Like, see? Okay, so Maestro has on a browser and he can see the join button. Sticker donation. Yeah, you can do the sticker, the super stickers and the super chats with it, but you just can't. It says super stickers, super chats, but then there's no other option for memberships at all. That's really strange. But I do know though, if you come out of like the chat, because that's in the chat. If you come out of the chat in desktop mode, yeah. If you take it off desktop mode or you put it in desktop mode, if you go to like, type in Twisted Tragedies or you click on like the circle icon with my Twisted Tragedies logo in it, and it brings you to the front of the Twisted Tragedies page on YouTube, you should be able to find the memberships there too. It'll say like, thank you to our members, and it'll have like a button that'll say join or something like that. Put it in desktop mode. She says, put it in desktop mode. You should be able to see it if you put it in desktop mode. If anybody knows how, I know how. You get those 3 little buttons at the top in the right-hand corner, and you click it like you put in www.youtube.com, and you get to where my channel is, and then you get where you need to go, and then you click the 3 little buttons at the top of your thing and put it in desktop mode, and it'll show you what a computer screen looks like, and you should be able to do it that way, which is kind of a pain though. They make it really difficult for smaller channels. It's kind of obnoxious. Like, it's kind of obnoxious. That's for sure. You have, my friend, you have. But I mean, hey, I don't know. I am hoping to get a Wusa. So just remember, we won't have a show because we usually have one that on Fridays. We usually have one on Sundays. So July 25th and July 27th. Usually I don't do Saturdays unless it's for a reason. Those days I will not. I don't even know if I will have service where I am staying in Maine. The Airbnb says that it doesn't have great service. Does have Wi-Fi, but it doesn't have great service. So, but when I'm on the river, funny enough, I have service on the river as I'm in the float. So I'll probably, go live at least for a few minutes to show you guys how beautiful the river is once I'm floating down that Ladberry. Because I literally cannot wait to just get in there and chill. Everyone needs that sort of time off, and I'm looking forward to it. That's for sure. I want to show, hold on. I'm trying to find the little clip that I had of, hold on. I'm trying to see if I can find it here. Oh, this was the raid. All right. This is a former member of Twin Flames, okay? So look at this for a second. I really wish that anybody who's in a cult like this would realize, you know what I'm saying? It is nice, maybe not enough, but at the same time, it's the one trip we get without the kids where we can all, as spouses and friends, just chill and not hear mom, mom, mom every 10 seconds. And sometimes you never realize how much you need that, not someone screaming mom every 5 seconds until you actually get that. Okay. Now, this is a former member of Twin Flames. Okay. Hold on. Hopefully I will, Jack. Hopefully I will. Thank you, Joy. I appreciate your super sticker, my friend. All right, ready, set, go.
I'm joined now by Cecilia Peck, director and executive producer of Escaping Twin Flames, and Keely Griffin, a survivor of the Twin Flames experience, who tonight celebrates exactly 3 years free of the group. Keely, were you glad you made it out? Can you tell us how they pull people in? Can anyone fall for it?
Yeah, I was extremely fortunate to get out, and I felt very grateful once I realized what it was and that I had left and escaped and gotten out safely or at that point. And yes, unfortunately, anyone can fall prey to coercion or coercive tactics.
Yep.
Coercive control exists everywhere within our society, and anyone can fall victim to it.
Keely, I mean, how did you snap out of the CULTS spell and get yourself out?
How?
Did you find your twin flame? I mean, did they feel like everything that was promised to you?
Oh no, I mean, it was all a lie. One giant web of lies that just kept getting worse and worse. And I think over time, it took about 6 months of this like waking up for me to finally leave. It was a long process. I had to basically deprogram myself in order to leave. My mind was so twisted, and I had watched so many hours of these classes and done so many of these meditation sessions that just messed with my memories and my mind and my ability to think critically.
Do you ever find yourself waking up in the morning or going throughout your day and have to remind yourself that you're free, that this is your life?
Oh yeah. I think about it almost every day. I mean, less now since it's been a few years, but I mean, I remember that first month of being free, I just felt like I had just landed on this planet and everything was brand new. Like I could go outside and like eat the foods that I wanted, and just even being outside felt like a privilege at that point because I hadn't gone outside in like a year at that point. So
I mean, that's just incredible. I think I know having control taken away. I mean, I wasn't allowed to eat unless my captors gave me food. I wasn't allowed to drink unless they gave me water. But like, I'm just so proud of you. Well done for escaping. Well done for moving on. Cecilia, congrats on the film. How did you start investigating cults in the first place?
You know, someone I had worked with on another film had invited me to a women's group, and she was very persistent about it and said it would change my life. And then a year later, she called and said, and I never went only because I was settled in my life with my career and my family, and I wasn't interested in the group. But she mentioned actresses who were part of it, and she then called and said that she had been in a cult and she was being pressured to recruit me into it. So that was my introduction to the cult called NXIVM. And we made a series called Seduced Inside the NXIVM Cult about that group. And it started our interest in exploring these groups that seem very positive and beneficial at the beginning, but then turn out to be very abusive and exploitative. So we had launched a website after that series for cult survivors or people trying to leave these groups. And Keely reached out, I think on the day you left Twin Flames Universe, just wanting to tell people about
3 years ago.
3 years ago today, I think.
Yeah.
Keely wanted to warn other women of the red flags of groups like this. And that's why we make these these series
Or
is
thoughts
to really show people
Yeah.
how beneficial and positive it can seem, but how dangerous it can become, and also to highlight the courage of women like Keely who are willing to tell their stories to help other people get out of these groups or maybe not join one.
Keely, it started as an online community, but when does that change? How does that change?
Yeah, so it started as an online community, which I think made it seem less
Actually,
cult-like at the beginning, or less likely to be a cult. So I think that was part of what drew people in, or allowed us to get manipulated into it further. But eventually it did start to become more of a traditional on the grounds cult, and they're currently building a compound, and people are moving to the area where Jeff and Julia live in Traverse City, Michigan, and they're building a church compound type of thing there. So unfortunately, it's heading in the trajectory of a lot of the past cults that we've seen.
And when I saw this, it just blew my mind. I could hardly believe it. But is it true? Like, was there really forced gender reassignment for members? I mean, were they really like trying to change people at their core of who they are, like even on a physical level?
Yeah, it's my opinion that is the case. There's a lot of evidence to show. There's
Bye, Joy.
hundreds of hours of video footage that I tried to provide the producers to show that this is happening, to show that the people who are going through these transitions did not actually come to Jeff and Julia with this idea themselves. This was implanted in them through these meditation exercises that they were forced to undergo. And it was Jeff and Julia's idea. So, but we do still want to respect the members and their current gender and sexuality identities. And yeah, just give them the respect they deserve. But I think that Jeff and Julia are very good at manipulating people, and have absolutely manipulated these people into changing their entire identities, gender and sexuality, some of the most intimate identities that you have.
The story is just unbelievable. Congratulations on making it out. 3 years. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find News Nation on your television provider, and don't forget to
I am muted. Sorry. I muted myself and I forgot. Elizabeth Smart is one of those stories that you just can't believe happened. Like her story is one of those that you never think can happen, especially after someone's been missing for a while. It's amazing to me how she pushed forward on her journey of helping others. But it goes to show some of us, and obviously I don't, my trauma is nothing like Elizabeth Smart's, and hers is nothing like mine. But it shows you how people with trauma sort of gravitate towards helping other people. It's like something we like to do because we've been through something and we know how to navigate it, and we know what it looks like if somebody's falling into that trap, and to try to help them out of it or help them navigate it if they've fallen into it is something that I don't think anybody could do with more passion than somebody who's already been through it. That kind of trauma or that kind of abuse. And I think that's why you see a lot of survivors get into that, because it's something that it's a passion you feel deep, deep in your soul. It's like one of those things that you just feel like, I have to do this because if I can stop X, Y, and Z just from one person doing it or experiencing it, then I'm gonna. And I always love seeing people like Elizabeth Smart doing stuff like that,
I've heard of it. Yeah. Oh God. Well, originally wasn't this Adventures with a Purpose, right? And then there was a whole thing with this SA issue, and so that doesn't shock me at all. But I will look into it. That's a good idea. Yeah, clearly a creep. You know? Well, that's the thing, because they do it with psychological and emotional torture to the point where you're too afraid to leave. If you walk out the door, you can walk out the door. But what happens when you do? What are they going to do to your life when you do? And do you have the ability to walk out the door if they have everything that belongs to you? Your bank accounts, your car, any way to escape they have taken, which is part of coercive control. It's not that easy to just walk out the door. You actually sometimes need outsource help from outside to escape these places. And it's not like there's bars in the windows, but there's also reasons why you can't just walk right out the door. It mirrors a lot of domestic violence, you know? It does. It really does. Yeah, that's the part that gets me, you know, like the stuff that happened to Elizabeth Smart was horrific. Horrific. And to see her, she looks amazing, you know? She looks amazing. I have no idea. Maybe she can answer that because I'm not really sure. I wasn't paying too much attention to online the last couple of days other than doing what I needed to do for this. But Elizabeth Smart was only 14 when she was kidnapped from her bedroom in 2002 and held captive for 9 months. Not 9 hours, not 9 days, 9 goddamn months. All right. 9 months. Insane to me. Absolutely insane. This poor girl, you know? Yeah, I agree. She's looks like she's doing amazing. It's just sad, you know, that I mean, her story being, you know, getting her back after 9 months, that doesn't normally happen. That's why her story is so amazing, because normally the kidnappers don't keep you that long, you know? They just don't. Um it's sad. Wait a second. Was the woman already released in that case? Hold on. Trying to see. I think that the lady involved in that could have already been released. But again, the guy that took her was a religious fanatic. His name was Brian David Mitchell. Had like a makeshift campsite miles away from her house up the mountainside. Insane. Let me see. I think there was a lady. Maybe it was his wife. I'm trying to figure out, but I know that I think she was already released, maybe, or could have been released. Let me see. Either way, it was a horrific story. Yeah, they got somebody else back. That you'll never get back the person that you were before that stuff happens to you, ever. Unfortunately, you will never be the person that you were before that kind of stuff happens to you. You're definitely a different person after all of that. And things are taken from you that you can't get back. Pieces of you almost that you can't claw back. They're gone forever. Pieces of your personality, pieces of who you were, pieces of how happy or bubbly or those things get taken from you that you can never get back. You can never get back. In a horrific situation like that, that kind of trauma doesn't leave you. And, you know, it looks like Elizabeth Smart did what a lot of us have tried to do, which is take it, and no matter how bad it is, learn from it and try to help other people avoid it. Try to help other people not have to deal with a scenario like that. Warning signs ahead of time, way to get out of it, or a way to do things to stay safe at all times. It changes you as a person. It changes you as, you know, once you become a parent, once you become a wife, all of those things. Let me see. That's so sad. You know? What? Posted that Karen Reed's fundraising fund got shut down in the chat. His mods thought he should see my comment. He then was trying to. What? Does he not know the people that watch him by this point? You know? That's really sad. Imagine hearing people scream for your name knowing that they're just out of reach. You know? Oh, God. So funny. We're literally talking about twin flames, obviously, right? And so now it's popping up in Tracy's recommended. So if it starts popping up in your recommended on your YouTube now, it is because we have talked about it. That's weird. Why did he do that? Weird. Yeah, see, this is why you have to pay attention to your chat and know what people are saying so that you don't accidentally do something like that, you know? There was no need. No need. That's right. Dispelling the misinformation is the best stuff that we can do, you know? It's the best stuff we can do. And we appreciate that you help us out with that while we're doing our thing here, because you do a great job of bringing in information that's going on right this very second as we're live. And we appreciate that from you. This is why I say creators miss out when they don't interact with their chats, right? Because then they don't know the people in their chats and they're ignoring people unless they're doing a super chat or a super sticker. And it's unfortunate, but if you don't pay any mind to the people that are in your chat, that are watching you, that are there to see what's going on and to, you know, hey, Racer, to contribute to the conversation, then you start freaking out on people for things you don't understand fully because you weren't paying attention to your chat. And it's like, do better, guys. As creators, we should know, you know, when someone's missing. Hello. I actually was just telling Grave over the last couple of days of the holiday that, you know, he had done a really cool documentary way back when on the Bell Witch. John Bell's family lived in that general vicinity, and he had done like a really cool documentary, but all that remains of it is like parts of the trailer. The trailer is what exists still because it was made a while ago. And I'm like, damn, that would have been such a good like documentary had the whole thing still existed. Not the trailer is good too, but he got such good shots in such a spooky and it was around Halloween time, I guess, when he did it, and historical area, you know. And then you have the Bell Witch caves. People still go into those caves, which is the only thing I think that's left, he said, part of the original like property. I don't think so. He's got too much stuff going on there. Plus, you have to remember, even if people had to, you know, semi like Karen, he is so unlikable. It's not even funny, you know, not even funny. But yes, we will be covering the hearing tomorrow. It doesn't start till 2, so we'll be here in the morning going over other things. But his hearing don't start till 2, so we will do that. Yeah, you're all appreciated. I appreciate all of you. Y'all do something. All of you do something, whether it's a like or a subscribe or a donation once in a while or a share. You all do something. And I appreciate all of you for that. It doesn't go unnoticed, that's for sure. It's just crazy to me that these things are so easy to get entangled with. These cults, these sort of things that you don't even realize you're in them until you're out of them or until you're trying to escape them. That is the sad part of all of this, is how many people are in these entities sort of thinking that they're doing something good or they're a part of something. And in reality, it's just draining their bank accounts, and not willingly, mind you, because they think they're doing it willingly, right? Well, I did it because I want to, until they found out they were duped into doing it. You were duped by lies. Person telling you things is lying. They're telling you what you want to hear. That is not telling you the truth. That's not, I don't find good content to be, saying whatever you think your audience wants to hear. What's scary to me is that the government, I feel like, doesn't go after cults enough, right? I mean, if you look at things like Scientology, there's been plenty of evidence on the shit that people in Scientology do. Where's the government on that one? Just asking for a friend. Where the hell? You know what I'm saying? There are dozens and dozens and dozens of these cults. And most of them that they do go after do have a religious aspect to them. Not all cults are religious, nor do they have to be religious, but a lot of them are dangerous. Twin Flames is just as dangerous as the sewer cult. When you are using people to do your bidding in a way where you're lying and misleading them to attack other people, that is dangerous. That is a crime. You don't have to be a, religious cult for it to be a dangerous cult. And I honestly think that our government needs to start taking more attention to these domestic terroristic cults than they do, slapping someone on the hand for a taillight out, right? We're using tax dollars here. We should be using tax dollars in the best way that we can. What the hell is the federal government doing about these cults that are hopping state lines throughout social media? What are they doing about it? You know? Oh, I would love for them to try to sue the state police here in Massachusetts, because that'll never work. They'll lose. They'll lose. They did it in good faith. There's no... What crowns? What crowns? Oh, you mean the little crowns over people's heads? Yeah. That's like a new thing that just popped up into the chats. Like, I don't know, you guys, what was it, like 3 lives ago? So it's like a ranking, I guess. It's like a ranking. The best information I can get about it actually comes from the thing that you guys can see too. It says top fans and XP. So, I mean, extra points, I think. I don't know. It's a leaderboard. It's a place for fans to stand out in the community. The top 3 get special badges in the live chat. It resets every stream, so you can always try again. How do you get on the leaderboard? You'll need to collect experience points, or XP. Here's how you get them. Send live chat messages, send super chats, and super stickers. And that's all it says. So that's the only information I got on that. But there goes Tracy. Tracy sends 10 Twisted Strategies memberships. Carolina gets one. Jersey Girl gets one. Molly gets one. New account, who dis? Daisy Jane. DJ got one. Monarch got one. Christina got one. Tracy, get your own. You got one too. So funny. Yeah, how does that keep happening? I love that. How does that keep happening? You're the only person I know that could probably do that twice accidentally. I love that a bunch of you that were here got those. That is awesome. Thank you, Tracy. We appreciate you, my friend. I know. How do you get yourself a gift? It's so funny. You're literally the only person I know who could do that. Literally. So funny. I love that.
Yeah, I don't follow Adventures of the Purpose because of that whole scenario that happened there. I thought they did do good work, but you know, that whole essay thing had me a little real. But there is another company that does underwater recoveries. There's another company out there that does that. She does. She is a person who knows what she wants, god damn it. That's for sure. That is for freaking sure. That's so funny. That's the second time that happened. I've never seen that happen before, other than that. I love it. I love it. Yay! Scorpio got one. I love that. I love that. I love the people who are here who are always here. I love seeing that because then I get to see that that those of you that are here and interacting and here all the time, like you guys, I love seeing you guys get them. Not that some people in the bushes, you know, shake the bushes, of course, but I love that. I love seeing you guys get those. Let's see. What'd that bring you on? Did you get the third crown, Tracy? How fast those little crowns change. Yeah, number 3. I don't know how fast they change. You know, this is a new thing for me. They just popped up the other day. So we were just like noticing them the other day. That's so funny. Let's see. All right. Let me just 1 second. Get this down for a second here. I think. All right. Is this the one? Hold on. Here's a part of this. Hold on. All right. Yep. Let's see. If I can get it to share this instead of that, that would be freaking helpful. Okay. You don't see the crowns? It was a pretty good draw. It was a good draw. I loved seeing it when people in chat or who are always here. You don't see any crowns? There are little like crowns next to people's names in the chat. There's 1, 2, and 3, and I'll say number 1, number 2, number 3. You're all my number 1 fans no matter what anyway. So don't worry. The crown doesn't make you any more number 1 fan. Although people do like competing to try to get the top crown, whether it's chat, like doing the chats or not, which is kind of fun. I do think it's a kind of a little fun way to have people interact with the channels. It's better for smaller channels like mine. You know, it definitely helps the algorithm when people are interacting and stuff. And so it gets recommended out to more people, which of course you want to grow your channel, right? Of course. So I definitely appreciate that. Yeah, I guess it's kind of like a little bit of an, oh, maybe that's why. I don't know. Jesse has an iPad, right? Jesse, you have an iPad? Do you see the crowns on the iPad? Maybe they haven't done it on the iPad yet. I know it's new, so maybe that they haven't done it on the iPads yet. It's new because it literally just popped up in my chat. Like, I don't know. I think it was 2 or 3 streams ago. So it's like, I think this is the 3rd time maybe. So this was like brand spanking new. So maybe they haven't integrated it yet into the iPads. Oh, you have? Yeah. So I don't know. Mine just came on. It's an option that you can turn on, but I guess not everybody has it still. So even after you turn it on, you have to wait for YouTube to like, I don't know, kick it in, I guess. And so mine only started doing it like, 3 days ago, 3 streams ago, I should say, which is weird. Yeah. Yeah. Second and Holly were having a duel over the crowd the other day. It was kind of funny. Oh, maybe that's what it is. I don't know. I have YouTube Premium, but I don't think you have to have YouTube Premium to see it. You should be able to see it no matter what. Jesse says if you do that, you should be able to see it. Sometimes it's in like 2. Okay, so this is Slady's like investigating twin flames here. And we're going to watch little pieces of this real quick. Hold on. What is happening?
Business depends on all of you.
Oh, wow.
No one forced me to change my gender.
Christ.
Jeff Devine is a cult leader, a narcissist, a psychopath.
You. My business depends on all of you.
I think he gets off on seeing them become his creation.
Some of them have started having gender-affirming surgeries.
Has a crime been committed? Is there about to be a crime committed?
No one forced me to change my gender.
Jeff never said that he was God.
No, we're not a cult.
Aren't you though, guys? Sorry, but aren't you?
That's kind of
maybe that's
your hair.
what it was, Tracy. That they
gets wild.
moved something.
I know, maybe like that looks nice. So you're going to be filming us sitting down? Is that what you mean?
Yeah,
Okay.
we're going to film all that.
Nothing you can do about it. Probably a glitch, Tracy. Probably just like an automatic glitch in the system.
Yeah.
They call themselves Jeff
at
and
least you
Shalia
have
Divine, the founders
only
of
do it
Twin
one
Flames
time.
Universe. They've never agreed to a television interview until now.
Jeff, what do you think the public's perception of you is? And where are they wrong?
He sits down with these people.
Um,
Look at this guy.
I think they think I'm not a nice person and that I hurt people. And it could not be further from the truth.
There was a reaction towards us, and it caught fire.
I mean, the words that have been used to describe you.
I don't try to consume the hate enough to know.
Narcissistic, coercive,
Yeah,
bully,
not true.
cult leader,
Yeah, not true.
and that you have destroyed people's lives.
Not true. Not true at all.
Right, sure. Cool.
Twin Flames Universe is a spiritual movement with a seductive guarantee. Follow their program and you'll find eternal love.
Look at this. Look at this. Boom! We married. I'm married to my twin flame. I love it. This is so devilish. I know how to make them want you. Oh, and I'm going to teach you how.
It's not just about making them want you.
You can't teach that.
Jeff and Shalia preach that the path to your twin flame is paved with spiritual and financial riches. Follow
it
them and you can have a life just like theirs.
Yeah, okay.
This is my pool, my slide.
Made
This is my
paid for with
house.
other people's money,
This is the back of it.
of course.
Here you may recognize the Porsche and
Porsche, right?
good old Corvette. It's looking good. Don't be upset or jealous because you're gonna find out how easy this is for you. You could have this too.
By selling seminars for $8,000 a pop, sure. And by selling seminars.
Twin
for
Flames
$8,000 a pop.
Universe is a
But
multi-million-dollar
y'all could.
for-profit company with hundreds of thousands of Facebook followers.
Fucking insane.
It's almost
Sorry,
entirely
it is.
online. Their website showcases glowing testimonials from believers who claim to have found their true love and their true selves.
I manifested harmonious union with my one true love.
Rediscovered my true gender. Finally accepted myself as the divine masculine.
Some claim miraculous cures.
I have been symptom-free for years now.
I no longer have PTSD.
Others boast of manifesting big money.
My income has increased 3 times.
I got out of deep poverty and manifested very high-paying jobs.
So just what is a twin flame? Well, it's like a soulmate on steroids.
This person was designed for you by God, and you were designed for this person by God to be your eternal companion. And of course, they're your ultimate lover. We're talking mega romance here.
They teach that what's keeping you from your twin flame is inner trauma. That once you heal your blocks, you'll manifest your true love.
Oh, I can't.
There's a stable of followers who offer one-on-one coaching at a cost of $550 a month.
Today, we'd like to introduce to you and invite you to our Twin Flame School.
With Jeff and Shalia.
Group sessions called Online Ascension School cost
$3,333 freaking dollars for these two clowns to tell you things you already know, or for them to tell you that you need to meditate and be spiritual and push that bad energy out so your twin flame can find you. I mean, anybody could make this bullshit up off the tip of their tongue. I could do it right fucking now. This is absurd. People can't actually think that these people are going to be able to teach you how to find your twin flame. That's just absurd to me. I'm sorry, but it is. I understand seminars. I understand selling a product that could help. You know, a good friend of mine once told me, she was like, you should do like life coaching or like, boosting people's morale. You're good at that. And I'm like, yeah, but do you know like what people charge to do those? Like those sort of seminars and like, yes, you can make money, but why would I make money off of something I could give people for free? If someone needs a pick me up, I'm more than happy to give them a pep talk for free and not for $3,333. Like, you know what I mean? This doesn't shock me, but at the same time, we're talking. These people are living high off the hog as they're telling people that, hey, we'll find your twin flame for you if you follow our steps. That couldn't be further. Listen, I understand believing in something bigger than yourself. Cool. You can call it God, Buddha, whatever, right? Something just bigger than you. You could call it whatever you want, whatever religion you're a part of. But this is called a scam, folks. This is called a scam. For $3,333, okay, they will sell you their bullshit-taki. What really aggravates me about this is if you want to sit in that chair and say that you haven't ruined people's lives, well, if they're buying this over and over and over, they buy your $3,333 whatever, and then you're like, oops, not the end. To get the next one, you have to pay $8,000. And people who have that kind of money, or at least had saved that kind of money in their bank accounts, then purchase their $8,000 seminar of whatever online schooling crap they're going to sell them into how to find their twin flame with spirituality. I'm sorry. It's absurd. It's absurd. Listen, I have an ice castle to sell you, and I'm going to sell it to you in Alaska in the ice. That's what this is. Okay. It's definitely human nature to be wanted and to find that special someone, to not be alone. Nobody wants to be lonely or alone. And obviously, yes, the need to belong. It sucks because I feel like there's so many good people that fall into this. They just want something. They're just looking for something. And they at first think that's it. Right? This is their thing. That's their thing. This is where they belong, is this online ascension school for $3,000, a month? I don't know, a year, a week? I don't know. But that's a lot of money for the layperson for what they're charging. For what? For what? And it's like after it ruins lives, right? After, right? Just save up, 16,000 or so, and they'll tell you, this is definitely the extreme. It makes me sad because we could all lift each other up as a community. And people wouldn't need to try to find places to belong if we were more inclusive to everyone to begin with. If people weren't so cliquey and like mean girly, and I've seen a lot of that even in people my age, in your upper 30s, 40s, and 50s. I'm a people person. I love people in general. And of course, over this last couple years, I've seen the shittiest of all when it comes to people in general. If anybody had a reason to hate people, it would definitely be me. I don't hate people. I like people. I think the more the merrier. And people are my thing, right? I like being around people. I like everybody having fun and having a good time. If I'm there, I never want somebody to want or need. So if somebody's like, oh, I can't go because I don't have money, I'm like, who asked you if you had money? We all broke. I got you this time. If I know that someone can't come because they don't have the money, And even if I don't really have it, I'll spend it just so they can experience with me the same amount of fun that I'm going to have, because I don't want that person to be left out, and because I enjoy hanging out with whoever that is, right? And I feel like if more people were more inclusive as a community of others, then this wouldn't happen. They wouldn't need to be looking for somewhere to fit in if we were all a little kinder, if we were all a little bit better with including other people and saying like, hey, the more the merrier, like, let's all go, you know? They wouldn't be looking for something that's missing like this.
And $33 US.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back to another juicy life purpose class.
To master success, purpose, and wealth, there's the Life Purpose class for another $3,333. There are e-courses, a book, pre-recorded videos for sale, and if you want it all, the everything package, $8,888 US.
Your life's gonna change. I promise you. You're doing the work, you're having a real relationship, life's gonna change.
Of the hundreds of thousands of Facebook followers, more than 2,000 are students paying to heal their way to their dream life. One of them, Simmer Sakon, a Canadian nurse who owns a cosmetic clinic in Toronto.
A nurse.
I feel that seeing the coaches and the community being loving and accepting, supportive, and also just
that's what they're looking
seeing
for.
that
Acceptive.
They themselves have a life which is their dream life. That's what I'm hoping for.
Finding your twin flame.
Yes, yes.
Simmer came across Twin
guys.
Flames
There are
Universe
guys that like
online
that.
in 2023 in the grips of a painful divorce.
I booked a free consultation, had a good connection, and that was kind of my start of being part of the Twin Flame Universe community.
Once she healed from the divorce, Simmer switched gears and coaches. The new goal, finding her twin flame.
Once I was balanced, then my new coaches were more positive. Let's find our, ultimate lover.
Over the past year and a half, Simmer has spent more than $20,000. She hasn't yet found her twin flame, but insists it's money well spent.
I didn't know how to regulate my emotions. And then with my coach, very, very gradually over time, I actually started to feel my feelings. So I truly believe that I will manifest and attract my partner in a very peaceful, healthy way, hopefully, yes.
Simmer isn't alone in this interview. Every word is being monitored by the woman on the other end of Simmer's phone.
Rebecca?
Rebecca isn't part of the Twin Flames universe.
the hell?
She is their gatekeeper, hired by Jeff and Shalia.
To me, Simmer being able to switch coaches shows into, they're not a cult, because if you were in a cult, there's no way that would be allowed,
Rebecca is with a crisis management firm in the U.S. called Red Banyan. They do reputation repair to control the narrative and portray your business in a positive light in the press.
That's insane.
Jeff and Shalia have hired them in the wake of a media firestorm, exposed first in 2020 by Vice and Vanity Fair, and then the subject of 2 docuseries in 2023, Escaping Twin Flames on Netflix and Desperately Seeking Soulmate on Amazon Prime. In late 2024, this email popped in my inbox. The subject line, "We're not a cult." The message, a denial of the allegations piling up against Jeff and Shalia, and an invitation for me to tell the real story.
The real story.
In a phone call
Interesting.
with Jeff, Shalia, and the PR company, I made it clear we'd be digging into all of the allegations against them.
Of course.
They agreed with full access as the walls close in on Twin Flames Universe.
I'm gonna get a drink.
That Fiji there in the corner is mine.
In northern Michigan, where allegations of brainwashing, forced labor, and tax evasion have flooded into the IRS,
And come on, of course, we know that there's probably going to be some tax evasion, but if they just say they're religious, it's a religion, they can get that tax, tax-free monies and dollars spent. It's unfortunate, but the walls are closing in on Twin Flames. Will those same walls close in on other cults that are behaving in a similar fashion, even if they are not, even if they're not religious per se, Hold on. All right, let's see. Here we go.
The FBI and local police.
Just let me do one more thing.
Okay. With another crisis PR member in the wings, Jeff and Shalia say they want to set the record straight.
It's traumatizing to have the whole world bearing down on you, and you go online and there's hundreds and hundreds of hateful comments.
The PR company shared some of those hateful comments.
Gee,
if I ever see you in Michigan, I will beat the bricks off you.
I can't wait to see you and your hippo of a wife go to jail.
You little tiny Corvette swipe. I hope you both get eaten by rabid dogs.
Tick, tick, tick. Your time is running out. I'm coming for you.
Why did you feel that now was the right time to share your story?
It was just outrage, outcry. Like, it just wasn't our time. It was the time of the other side to share what they wanted to share.
Yeah.
Why now?
Same. I mean, that's our answer. Yeah.
Coming up.
If you could give me a moment to collect myself. Thank you.
Collect myself? Collect yourself? What the fuck is he doing? I mean, he was going to go into like a straight meditation right there and not, like, during an interview, and not think that people are going to be like, that's a little effing strange, guy. I need to collect myself. Hold on. In the middle of an interview. Now, listen, meditation is good for the soul. I'm not saying meditation is good, okay? If you're doing it yourself for your own reasons and just like, getting all the shitty energy out and like attracting the good energy. But this, like, meditate because this guy told you to, and to do X, Y, and like that's cool. Nobody magically stops and meditates in the middle of an interview. I'm just like stunned right now, like stunned. This guy is cuckoo. Like, come on now.
We're driving into the heart of the Twin Flames universe, on the outskirts of Traverse City, Michigan. This sprawling estate is more than just a mansion.
Do you think?
It's a promise of everything that's possible if you follow the teachings of Jeff and Shalia Devine.
Definitely doesn't like to be questioned.
For years, this house and the grounds have been a fixture in their online videos.
I got to show you that waterfall, though. Oh, there's a little waterfall coming out of the spa.
Right? I'd be like,
nice little living room. We got
lost our ever-loving mind, guys.
$15,000 in crystals here.
To tell the story of what's happening behind this door, we first need to go back to 2014, just before Shalia met Jeff for the first time.
Oh my God. We're about to meet. I'm sitting in the car and I'm waiting and I'm so excited. Yeah, I got those butterflies happening.
It begins as a love story, one that has spawned a lucrative and controversial spiritual movement, a movement defectors call a cult, one that controls, coerces, and even convinces followers into changing genders.
Yeah, we like to go out to Tim Hortons.
She was born in Toronto, Megan Plant, and grew up a small-town girl outside North Bay, Ontario, before changing her name to Shalia.
How did we initially meet online, Shalia?
Well, it began in a little country called Canada.
Introduced virtually by a mutual friend, Shalia was deep into New Age spirituality.
She was already
Jeff
weirdo.
was a business school grad living in Hawaii, trying to develop a lifestyle and adventure business. Over the years, he changed his name to Ender then Ionethos, then Shafira. For the first 4 months, they dated online.
She was cute on Facebook, and then she was really cute on Skype.
Boy.
And then in person, it was like, oh my god, I lost my shit. Like,
But I'm like the second time, like I love him, and like when we, yeah, I just.
But Jeff made it clear he wanted to be rich.
we're gonna be really wealthy, and I'm not saying that because I want to like make up for some childhood trauma or something. I'm saying that because a great deal of wealth is appropriate for me.
Sir, a great deal of wealth is appropriate for everybody on planet Earth because it would resolve a lot of problems that everyday people deal with. Okay, including how you're going to pay for the groceries or pay your light bill, etc., etc. Well, it's appropriate for you, so therefore it shall. This dude clearly has some serious trauma. Okay, serious trauma. I can't. Like I can't. Of course, Casey. That's just, it's not only immature, it's disgusting. You're right. It's absolutely disgusting. Like people attacking people 24/7. It's like, do you people have a freaking life at all? Do you at all? Go have a dance party with your children. Do something. Like, God. I can't believe you just said that. Because it's a great deal of wealth is appropriate for me. Sir, it's appropriate for me too. Does that mean I'm magically going to have it? At least with my wealth, I would help other people. Like, what the are you doing?
Their views exploded from hundreds to thousands to hundreds of thousands.
We got married.
We got married, everyone.
Twin Flames got married.
Twin Flames got married. What a surprise.
They wrote a book.
And we are authors of the book Twin Flames, Finding Your Ultimate Lover.
In 2017, they created a business to teach others how to find their twin flame. Then they renamed themselves Jeff and Shalia Divine.
This is a really wonderful opportunity to meet other people who are pursuing the same dream as you, to be in their permanent harmonious union.
She says she was indoctrinated, sucked in at her most vulnerable.
That's exactly
I've been diagnosed with ovarian cancer. And so I became very fascinated with spirituality. They seem to be exactly what I was looking for.
The minute she signed up for a class, she felt it. Love, acceptance, belonging.
There it is.
I was so love bombed when I first joined. Plus, I felt very close to Shalia because she was also Canadian.
Angie was trying to work through a strange, intense attraction she felt towards a work colleague who was half her age. She says Jeff and Shalia told her to go after him, claim him.
That was their overall teaching, is like, you have to be a honey badger.
What's a honey badger?
They're fearless. They're vicious.
If you know me, you know I am a honey badger.
Oh, the honey badgers are just crazy. Honey badger don't care. Honey badger don't give a shit. It just takes what it wants.
They just take what they want. Basically, like, no boundaries. So be a honey badger of love was like
perfect
Jeff's
target.
They even have T-shirts that say it.
Angie's so-called twin flame wanted nothing to do with her. Jeff and Shalia claimed they knew why. And shockingly, it was the same reason she got cancer. Here's Angie in an old video explaining it to other followers.
It was revealed to me that my biggest core block was that I wasn't claiming my feminine energy. I was rejecting my feminine energy so much that I actually manifested ovarian and uterine cancer.
Oh,
Shalia gave me like some really great advice to look at, feminine role models.
To heal her feminine block.
So you have a feminine block and you created your own cancer. I'm sorry, what? You people need psych wards, okay? These people need psych wards. Psych wards. That's what they need. They need medications and psych wards. It is predatory. It's very predatory. This one was clearly, like you said, looking for what? A sense of belonging, a sense of community, a sense of love. And when you enter places like that, they give you that, right? Belonging, love, come here with us, do this with us, go out to dinner with us, be a part of the group, be a part of this thing. But then jealousy kicks in, and they're like, oh, wait, this isn't somebody who's going to always follow us. We start to see that they're pushing back a little. Now we have to destroy this person and get them out of here, or make them leave or quiet them in a way with fear, because if not, they're going to take from us, right? Where do I know that from? Oh, the sewer cult. Where have I just seen this happen? Oh, that's right, the sewer cult. Aren't they currently eating Esty right now? Aren't they currently coming at her really just because they're jealous in a way? I mean, realistically, this is the same thing that happens to really any woman that's sort of in that inner circle. Eventually they get eaten. And not really for any real reason. It's not for any real reason. It's not because Esty did something terrible or horrible, as they claim, because that's their same claim to fame is everyone's bad. They did this horrible thing or this bad thing. That's not reality. That's not what actually happens in the sewer cult. What actually happens is they get jealous or upset, or you undermined them in some way. You didn't lie for them, whatever the case, then they looked bad, whatever the case may be. It's not because you actually did something that was bad, but that's what they need other people to believe. They need other people to believe that you are bad. You're terrible. You're the worst person ever on the history of the planet. And everybody has to attack you because you're bad. You're so bad. You are bad. And then the mob, like rabid animals, jump on to those false lies that they have been told about you because you're bad, and the bullshit, and they attack. And I have been watching them do it for about a little over maybe 2 weeks now, to Esty. For what? She's bad for what? What's the lie this time? And it's like, people don't realize, and I'm guessing she didn't realize until after being attacked, that this is what they do. This is what they do. And a little part of me feels bad because nobody deserves to be treated like that. Nobody deserves to be harassed by a mob, especially when they just make shit up because they're upset or jealous, or you wouldn't fall in line, or you didn't lie for them and it looked bad, or, whatever it is, that's the other problem that we have, Joan, which is the system, even when it does, it's too slow. It's not fast enough to create supports and to protect people the way it should. 100% predatory. This is predatory.
Block, Angie started wearing bright red lipstick and skirts, and she bombarded her so-called twin flame with emails, even followed Jeff and Shalia's suggestion to just show up at his house.
Oh, boy.
I absolutely poured my heart out and told him everything. He goes like, you have no idea how crazy all this sounds. Yeah, and told me like not to contact him, not to ever talk about it again, or else he's going to charge me with harassment. And then he ended up like he blocked me.
Your twin flame, maybe they don't like you. Maybe they don't want anything, maybe they blocked you. Maybe they don't want anything to do with you. I'm going to promise you, if you follow me,
they're magically going to unblock you and they're going to love you.
They are going to fall madly in love with you.
That is the most absurd statement I've ever heard in my life. If they don't like you, your twin flame doesn't like you. They don't like you. They might have even blocked you, but hey, keep at it and they'll love you. No, they'll think you're an insane person, because if you're doing that on someone else's ridiculous advice, then you are an insane person, or at least easily influenced. That's harassment. That is stalking. And again, if the Michigan Attorney General is going after these people for giving advice like this, hi, Massachusetts Attorney General. Hi, where are you? Oh, you've been called already. Hi. Oh, yeah. Remember everyone who called you? Wondering what you're doing right now. Yeah, just wondering. Just asking for a friend.
I pinky promise. Okay, but you got a pinky promise you're going to follow me and not be afraid. All right?
That's insane.
I sealed that with a kiss.
Insane.
Coming up.
I said, well, how is this not a sex cult now if he's forcing partners?
Sex cult. Cool.
Today, we just discovered that we're not just millionaires, we're multi-millionaires.
You discovered. And you felt the need to brag to all the people whose money you take. Because that's definitely not tone deaf in any way, shape, or form. Gotcha. Sure.
Their Instagram feed a nonstop highlight reel of luxury.
Lifestyle of the multimillionaires, of the rich and famous.
Designer everything, the 5-bedroom mansion, high-end cars. All of this paid for by students desperate to heal their way to love. In 2018, Twin Flames Universe stepped out of the internet and into real life. There was a small meetup in New York.
The golden age has begun.
Jeff and Shalia introduced the concept of soul family, pairing up followers into spiritual family members.
And magical twin flames. Like, what the hell? You know? I agree with you, Joan. I do. I don't know about Dr. Phil specifically, but they have done an interview recently where only like a tiny bit of it was shown. So I don't know what the company is doing with the rest of it, but you can do them, but the companies have to actually put them out there, you know? Well, and that's the thing is I'm sure she wasn't like already like that. You know what I'm saying? This is what people turn into by following these cults. They turn into these stalkers and harassers and things that they would not normally do. These are not things that these people would normally do. Some of them, yes, I'm not saying some of them, but most of the people don't normally do these things. They're not normally into this behavior, you know? Do me a favor, guys. We're 2 hours and 57 minutes in. Do me a favor and hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. If you can donate to the channel, we would appreciate it. We could use the help. We rely on your donations as a channel. So you can do so one of a bunch of different ways. You can get yourself a membership, a super chat, a super sticker, or we have things that go directly to us like Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Revolut, and then we have a link in the chat that's you can use your credit or debit card for if you don't have any of the payment apps. We appreciate it. Yeah, I agree. Well, that's the problem is you actually have to have honest media that's willing to cover it and put it all out there at the same time. So, no, if that's really happening, you know? What are we clapping
The
for?
next year, an even larger gathering in Canada.
We're in Toronto, Ontario, here for our very first Twin Flames Universe Ascension Workshop.
Yeah.
Victoria held a slew of jobs, including head of security.
Did you ever get paid? Over the years in the roles that I had, I got paid $25.
What? What?
While the public face of the community was all about love.
You. My business depends on all of you. And I want to make sure that all of you are doing your f***ing jobs.
Recorded meetings revealed Jeff berating followers for not volunteering enough of their time to build the business.
I need you.
No, that's your job. It's your business.
A job at Twin Flames Universe. If you want to dilly-dally, you're going to burn. And if you can't honestly uphold your position, get the f*** out of it because we're
A position requires payment, sir. Unless it's a volunteer position. And therefore, you wouldn't be berating people because it would be a volunteer. This is just absurd, the shit that this guy is willing to do and say. He's clearly mentally unwell, okay? Clearly.
we're going to bulldoze you over. So no more of this free of this, you know, ballyhoo, this nonsense, this bananery.
Victoria says followers were so beaten down, they actually believed Jeff's rage was a sign of love.
Oh my God.
He'll curse you out. He'll call you names. And then he'll say he's doing it out of love to help heal your ego and shock your system so that you can heal. He's telling you, this is good. I'm loving.
Where does that sound familiar? Hey, we're going to shock your system. You can give yourself a membership? That's so weird. I didn't know that was even a thing. This is bananas, right? Absolutely bananas. Hey, I'm going to say vile shit to shock your system. I'm going to do that. And it's because I love you. It's not because I need your money. It's because I love you. Like, Tracy sends a membership and it goes to Mama Mia 64. Thank you, Tracy. I'm going to say horrific, awful shit, and it's going to, I love you. And it's going to shock your system. But you're still going to send me your money. That's literally what that's what this Looney Tunes dude is saying.
I'm loving you through this.
Also, what we see with the sewer turtle. So, like, there's the correlation, folks.
And if they showed any resistance, they were told to do the mirror exercise and heal their disobedience.
Blame yourself.
As soon as you have any type of negative emotion, you have to use their mirror exercise to, quiet down any questioning, any skepticism. It is very high controlling because anything that you do that steps out of line of what they deem as appropriate is met with discipline or punishment.
And what does discipline or punishment look like in the Twin Flames universe?
It's usually a financial punishment. Most of the people that are in that group are coaches, and their primary financial income revolves around Twin Flames universe.
Right.
So you can be stripped of your ability to coach.
Who's going to get the new clients?
Are you paying them?
The ones
new
who
clients?
work
No,
produce the
you're
most
not.
value within our new system.
What the hell?
Lazy Bones is one, no longer going to get clients funneled to them, and two, no longer going to hold a position.
Exactly.
Which holds everyone else up.
Absurd.
Twin Flames universe has evolved from a spiritual matchmaking group into an empire. They have a company that claims to heal PTSD and trauma.
Oh, hell
Another
no.
called Divine Dish, which is a paid subscription for recipes.
Oh, hell
and bizarrely, Divine Gaming, a Minecraft-like video game that followers helped create.
Here, the heart of the war will be waged.
I can't with these people. Oh my God, it's Looney Tunes.
With Jeff and Shalia now spouting much more than just New Age philosophies.
Has Christ come again? He's got the beard and the hair.
You're not Christ.
Could I be the Christ?
No.
I'm not hiding anything. Like, I'm literally telling you I'm Christ. God's been telling us, we're the second coming of the Christ.
The image of Jesus is the image of Jeff. That's the prophecy you've been looking for. I'm banging the Christ.
I feel like originally it was just a business model. He saw a way to make money. But I feel like as he started to see the type of control and power he had over people, I think he does believe that he is this, powerful Christ.
Exactly.
You're my student.
Regulations.
You do not
something.
school me. If you think that you understand something better than me,
girl, listen, I
by
don't
all
know.
means,
This is crazy banana shit.
bring it to the table.
These people
I
are
invite
nuts.
you to challenge my spiritual mastery.
Okay, Jeff, I'm challenging your spiritual mastery, you fucking idiot. And you guys know I don't often drop the F-bombs a lot anymore. I try not to. YouTube frowns upon it a little bit. But what in the actual fuck is going on here? Can someone please tell me who the F and F is buying this bullshit? These people are Looney Tunes and Looney Tunes Jr. All right. Does this look familiar to anyone? Because I know it looks familiar to me. I know another Looney Tunes and Looney Tunes Jr. over in the sewer cult. What makes people go, please let me buy their $3,000 or $8,000 package of nonsensical bullshit I could read in a book? Anyone? Anyone want to tell me? Because it's amazing to me what people are willing to throw their money at. They're not willing to throw money at communities that do uplift people and have each other's backs. They throw their money at this Looney Tunes machine. These fake PR crap cults and bullshit machine mega idiots. Fuck a mega church, mega idiot. All right. I know it is shocking because I know good people do fall for this shit. And it bothers me because good people don't deserve this shit. They just don't. My God, I'd laugh in his face. I'd laugh in his face. Apparently, fraud. There's got to be. I mean, I don't even think like fraud covers it. This is cuckoo. You know, and it's not that it just looks shocking. It bothers me so many people get sucked into this shit and they don't realize their actions are hurting other people because they're buying into bullshit. And people that would have never normally done some of this stuff, people who would have never normally behaved in these ways are doing it because of people like these two morons right here. You know? I don't understand. I don't get it. I'm flabbergasted right now at this nonsensical bullshit.
I encourage you. I dare you. But I assure you, you probably don't. And if you don't want to bring it to the table...
I just did. Jeff, you're an actual idiot, and I just did bring it to the table. You are defrauding people, sir. You're a liar and a cheater and a scam artist.
And you should shut the fuck up and listen.
Coming up.
I certainly wasn't prepared for the level of pressure
Oh, no?
that was brought in this interview.
You know I'm an investigative correspondent, right?
What were you expecting? You were expecting a, hey, how you doing? A nicey nice? That's what you were expecting, you fucking psycho?
We're all working hard. Nobody was any closer to their twin flame. So we're like, what's going on? You know, it's not working.
Nobody was making any progress using their work. And so they had to come up with another idea.
Victoria and Angie say followers were then told they'd actually been chasing the wrong people, that through channeling sessions with God, it was revealed to Jeff that their twin flames were within their online community.
Yeah, they're not people in everyday life because they're, you know, going after stalking and harassment charges. It's people who are here because these people are going to think that, you know, hey, they're in this community. These people aren't going to go after stalking charges. So let's do it amongst ourselves. Your twin flame is in this community here, and we're going to tell you who it is. Oh, God, not only arrogance, it's part of the reason that the sewer turtle cult exists. It's because they start to realize that they can wield power over other people, that people can be easily manipulated and turned to do their bidding. And so they use that power by lying to them and manipulating them into doing their bidding, giving them money and doing their dirty work while they sit back and get all of the profits and the fun out of hurting other people. It's sick. It's absolutely freaking sick. Right? Does that not sound familiar to anybody yet? Ring, ding, ding. You know? I mean, that's the thing is people are so desperate to belong to something, to have a sense of community, to be uplifted. And because I think humans, unfortunately, we're selfish. Humans are selfish. We care mostly about ourselves, and we forget that our neighbors, our friends, our loved ones exist and might need a little uplifting once in a while, might need a little, you know, pep talk, might need a little kindness once in a blue moon. And we forget that. We literally forget that. And that's where I wish if we were all nicer to each other, if people actually made communities where everybody was accepted and included and, you know, once in a while needed a boost of love and sense of community, that we have that without the $8,000 fake package of whatever, that you can come to a place that exists for free and get that kind of community here. You know what I mean? Like that. It's amazing to me. You're throwing $8,000 out the window for somebody to tell you who your twin flame is. Nobody could ever tell you who your twin flame is. You have to find that on your own. You have to find that on your own. That is not something someone can give you or teach you. It's just not, you know? I mean, yeah, we all know that. She got away with it. She killed him. She got away with it. That's another thing. When you start saying you're a prophet or Jesus told you, how many times has the sewer turtle said Jesus told him? Quite a few at this point. It's starting to realize you have that power over other people. You know, I want other people to have their own power. I want them to take their power back. And I think that's the part that irks me the most, is because I was in a domestic violence situation with my oldest daughter's father, and I was beat down, not just physically, but emotionally and mentally. And when you have no self-worth, you're in a real desperate place, right? And you're looking for love in all the wrong places. You know, you're looking for someone to give a shit after being beat down emotionally and mentally. And these people are finding what they think is support and love in places that are like this, and in the sewer turtle cult. And that is just not it. That's just not it. That is just not it. You know, kindness goes an extremely long way. And I hope people realize there are places that they can go for free to get that kind of support. And at least all of you know that if you're having one of those types of bad fucking days, that one of us will always be available, even if you don't have a therapist, right? Like, therapy is helpful. Don't let the stigma, you know, be a thing to not getting therapy. But any one of you know that at any point, if you're just having a shitty day, that one of us, including myself, are always willing to answer a phone call, a text message, an email, a DM. Nobody suffers alone. Nobody suffers in silence. That is my motto. Nobody should suffer in silence. My dad suffered in silence. I refuse to allow anybody to walk alone or suffer in silence. I don't care who it is. I just wish people knew that there were other people on planet Earth that gave a shit about people, even if they're strangers. And they don't have to go to places like this and spend $10,000 on courses to find your true love. Nobody can find that for you. No one can find that for you.
And then they say he started pairing them up.
Some people are matched with complete strangers, people they'd never spoken to. There was a man, 100% like gay, matched with a cisgendered woman, and had to work through that block.
If they were telling you this was a channeled message from Jeff and Shalia, this came straight from God and there's no questioning it. So I said, well, how is this not a sex cult now if he's forcing partners?
Remember,
Right.
Jeff and Shalia's
Never heard that
teachings
before.
dictate that a twin flame union can only exist between a divine masculine and a divine feminine. A second mass channeling from God involved 22 mostly straight women, including Angie in Ontario and Victoria in Virginia. They were called to an online meeting with their coach, who delivered shocking news.
It was an immediate, no, this is not it. And I said, Angie's not my twin flame. I'm not a lesbian.
And they said, well, Angie's not a woman.
Angie, who had first been instructed to be more feminine to attract a different twin flame, says she was now told Victoria was her true love and that she needed to transition to a man. Experts are clear. Gender identity is not something someone else discovers for you.
Definitely not.
We just happened to have a group coaching that night. She came in crying. She was like hard crying.
And then Angie says after coaching sessions with Jeff, she started identifying as a man with a new name, Gabe.
I don't know what Jeff said, but anytime that someone has to be coerced into like making like life-altering decisions, body-altering decisions, it's dangerous.
You think?
I want to show you a post that Gabe put up just 1 month.
But why does, not only is it insanity, okay, but why do people need to be told that making those types of decisions? You know what else is life altering? You know, you want to know what else is life altering decisions? Harassing people, coming for people, harassing their families, their loved ones, doxing them online. That is cyber stalking. It is a federal crime. You can be arrested and charged and go to jail for that. That is a life-altering decision. Why do you need to do that or be coerced by a sewer mob / cult to do that because they don't like you? They don't like that person. So here's the dog whistle, go attack. It's the same fucking thing. It is the same goddamn thing. And this is why I love you, Tracy. And this is why I love you, because you're just like me. I love you. As Tracy said, she's got tons of hours of driving, and she's happy to listen to anybody who doesn't, who needs someone to talk to, who doesn't, even if you don't, know, there's always someone, one of us willing to, have a conversation. If someone's having a bad day or needs someone to talk to, I know what it's like to not have a lot of living family members left or people to turn to. So I get it. Believe me, there's always one of us available, no matter who it is. No one suffers alone. No one walks alone. There are really hard, dark, shitty paths that life brings you sometimes. And I've walked them alone. Nobody should ever have to walk them alone. Ever. Imagine getting away with all of this and still saying, nope, we didn't do anything wrong. Let's be that delusional that it's all voluntary. We didn't coerce them into anything. Well, didn't you though? Didn't you though? I love you guys. And this is why I love our community. These people could have got the same sense of community and morale boost and from us free, just because people give a fuck and not in this destroying their fucking lives. And it makes me really sad that more places don't exist for people to go to, because I feel like that's half the fucking problem.
A month later, he talks about how he didn't want to become a man, that he was working through his blocks and misconceptions. Gabe writes about Jeff giving him a crash course in living life as a man, encouraging him to wear men's clothing, trim his fingernails, smoke a cigar, and do outdoor maintenance projects at Jeff's home. Gabe and Brianna also posted a video on their website.
We both thought we were women, and we became friends. Yeah, just came together first as friends up until the point where it was revealed that I was the divine masculine. And that we're twin flames. And that we were twin flames. Yeah.
Gabe is still in the Twin Flames universe. He insists no one pressured or coerced him into changing genders.
Sounds like that's not
I
true.
know that they didn't have a choice. I was part of this gender conversion program. Like, I know that these people are being pushed.
Keely Griffin is the highest ranking follower to defect.
We saw.
You had to tell people.
Before.
Hey.
Earlier today.
God, through Jeff,
Exactly.
is telling you that you're actually not a woman, you're a man. How did they take that?
Horribly. I mean, the look in their eyes, like, is haunting. Anytime that someone would resist, we would have to report back.
Never
and be
feel
like,
isolated.
oh, this person didn't want to accept that they're a man. Jeff and Shalia would then mark them on a list of people who needed to be watched.
Exactly, Tracy.
And continually forced to accept. I did not want to do what I did, but I was still under the belief that that Jeff and Shalia were doing this for some good purpose, for love. I don't believe that anymore, and I regret what I did.
A former volunteer CEO and coach, Keely is now a whistleblower, intent on setting fire to the Twin Flames universe and putting a stop to Shalia and...
Because she was duped, right? She was duped. Yeah, that sucks. See, nobody wants to deal with that, right? No one wants to be... I don't blame you, Levy. Nobody wants to deal with that kind of stuff. Also, thank you, Casey, for your $6.54 donation. I appreciate you, my friend. I appreciate you. I think the trial did a number on a lot of people, at least the critical thinking ones that were like, hey, I see very cultish, not critical thinking behavior. I see some very sick mob mentality issues going on here. Where can I go that isn't something like that? It's definitely beyond cultish, definitely beyond cultish at this point. But this woman, right? Highest person to defect from Twin Flames, she obviously feels bad, right? She obviously feels really bad and feels like, how can I help people not fall into what I fell into? I get her thinking, been there, done that. It's the reason why I've done so much volunteer advocacy work. And it's because if I had had someone like me to help me or figure it out, then it would have been really helpful back then. Which is why I do what I do. And I've never turned anybody away that I could help ever. I don't understand what would make someone get this deep into a cult, but I do know that it takes a lot of bravery to get the hell out of there and then also figure out how you can help other people that are still stuck. And everyone's different. It might take one person 3 months to figure it out or 6 months to figure it out. And it might take another person 5 years or 10 years to figure it out. And it's about being there for the people who do figure it out and helping get them out or helping people learn how to see the signs of something like this before they ever step into it. Right? It's really sad, but this is the kind of world that we're dealing with when it comes to this stuff. And I see so many parallels when it comes to the PR machine that was FKR and the sewer cult in its current form. Because as you notice, if you step out of line one bit, they get jealous a tiny bit of anything that you do, you will get eaten alive. They have been going after Etsy for a couple weeks now. You know, it's insane. I just don't understand it. What purpose does it serve to just constantly harass people, even people that don't respond to you? What purpose does that serve exactly? Make it make sense. Make it make sense. Then you have people like this, and this is what it's all about, money, right? Anybody in the inner circle thinks they're getting closer to the person at the top of the food chain, right? So in the sewer turtles case, it's people who think they're getting closer to the inner circle of him. The problem with that is he will throw every inner circle person under that bus before he ever takes responsibility for a goddamn thing. And so each one of them, one by one, gets thrown under that bus eventually, over and over and over and over. And it takes that happening for them to figure out what is happening to them. And they're willing to do whatever dog whistle or directive he gives until that point. And all of those directives are for one simple reason and one reason only for him: money and fame. That is it. There's no other reason. He doesn't want to help anybody. He doesn't actually care about who's innocent or who isn't. It's one simple reason: money and fame. That's it. There is no other reason. It's narcissism, selfishness. That's it. That is literally it. And if people could start figuring that out, they'd be safer. They would figure out that they're helping destroy innocent people's lives, all for the betterment of fame and fortune of someone else who's going to end up paying out all that fame and fortune to victims anyway. Yes. Yep. That's the one. Oh yeah. They've been going after her for about 2 or 3 weeks now. Yeah. It happens eventually, especially with women in that circle. Yep. Yep. Well, that's the problem. She raised a lot of money. And so the Karen Reed family gave her a little bit more favor than they were giving other people. And, some jealousy arose from what I can see. And they started going after her for things that make no sense to say, oh, she's bad because this happened, or just rumors, of course, just this is what they do. And in reality, what it looks like is jealousy happened again, over and over again. This is something that repeats itself pretty much over and over and over and over until people realize they're being used. Some people never realize it. Even after it happens to them, they are so afraid of it happening again, they jump back into the cult. I kid you not. I've literally seen it. Not even in just the Sewer Turtles cult, but in some other ones too. It's insane.
And Jeff Devine.
He has a very sick mind and has some sort of strange, sick desire to see people do whatever he tells them to do.
Yeah. Ego.
I think he gets off on
Narcissism.
seeing them
Of course he does.
become his
toys,
creation.
Puppets. Narcissism, my friend.
Keely
Narcissism.
lives in the United States. She doesn't want us to reveal exactly where.
Yeah, I don't want them to know where I live because I don't trust them at all with that information.
Keely joined TFU in 2018 and rose through the ranks into Jeff and Shalia's inner circle. She was the first student to be declared in harmonious union with her twin flame.
How are you guys doing today?
Doing great.
Good.
Oh, I'm so happy to have you here today.
They needed another couple to prove that what they were teaching was real.
Yeah.
How's your relationship going today, oh married couple?
It's good.
Good.
Yeah. It's getting better and better.
In a period of just 3 months, Keely says she was pressured to move across the country to live with her twin flame.
Can you two please stand up for one more round of applause for the two of you? Please stand.
My role was to bring people in and feed them basically to like a monster.
Feed them the bullshit.
I was used as bait to funnel more and more people in to pay Jeff and Shalia.
What's that like for you to say and to know?
It makes me hate myself.
Which is so funny because he's actually the one seeking attention.
Yeah, I feel really bad.
Not saying that she isn't seeking attention too, but for him to call anybody out for seeking attention is fucking hilarious to me. That's all he does.
Jeff and Shalia had a message for those who were struggling with their new pairings and their new genders. Disobeying them was disobeying God.
So when God tells you something, you need to respect it. If he says that's your twin flame, respect it. If he says you are this, respect it. And sometimes it's going to be really, really, really hard. But if you don't, then you're a coward.
And this is so that you understand that your choice has been out of order, so you can make a new choice.
Your choice is wrong, so
God's
tell us.
word,
Do what we
or
say.
you can throw.
So that's what we call a dog whistle, folks. That is what we call a dog whistle. Okay? This is what we see every day with the sewer cult. It's a dog whistle that if you don't do as I say, or as we say, right, you're going to have fear for what is going to happen. All right. He was a loner, drifted around after business school and just hung out in Hawaii, this guy. It is predictable at this point, you know? I mean, but this is the sad part is some people don't, I can't expect everyone to do research on every person that they talk to or support. I understand that. I totally get it. And so I can't really, because I didn't either. So it's like, I can't feel, you know what I mean? I can't be like, oh, well, they didn't do the research. I get it. But at the same time, yeah, he definitely does have a punchable face. You are 100% correct on that. 100%. The God complex. And it comes along with lots of men with Napoleon syndrome, which looks like he probably has that syndrome as well. But these people are, yeah, another version of Jim Jones. It's bananas. We're talking BANANAS. This shit is bananas. Like, these people have lost their ever-loving minds. But again, good people get swept into this. They get swept into this thing. They don't even know what hit them until it's hit them. And they want to believe in something so bad, they give everybody the benefit of the doubt. I always try to give people the benefit of the doubt because you can't punish everyone for one person's sort of manipulation or lies. So I try to give everybody the benefit of the doubt. But there are just some people. I mean, look at this dude. Look at the dude, okay? This face, just as punchable as the other one we know. All right? It's insane to me that people are still taking the dog whistles from people like this guy and the sewer turtle. That's what these are. Dog whistles, threats, or directives.
Throw a tantrum and be a little jerk. Be an immature child. And then
are.
you're going to get spanked by the universe. Until you take the position of a completely obedient child, you're not going to be happy.
They call it the all-seeing eye for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
You cannot escape God's gaze.
Okay, lady.
Why would you want to?
You need help.
Coercive control is very real, and it's done over time.
Yes, it is.
Your thoughts are controlled. You can't feel anger. You can't feel sadness. You can't be upset. So you're just like this zombie, like a walking shell of who you really are.
Yep. And it doesn't happen overnight. You don't walk into a door and it's this full wackadoodle story. It's like the frog in the pot. You turn it 1 degree at a time, and then suddenly you're boiling.
Coming up,
How many of your followers have transitioned?
In the beginning, there were quite a few. And that's, many of them.
Many of them. Why?
His Corvette.
We had a good time outside.
And fun on the sled.
Yeah.
How's my baby? Yeah.
Not standing you, sir. Poor
It's
kid.
a head-spinning contrast to the outrageous online personas of Jeff and Shalia Devine.
I just want to make everyone aware I'm looking and feeling very tired.
What?
I said I'm looking and feeling very tired.
Okay.
A follower who takes
hell?
care of Grace hangs out in the background.
Maybe like if you move your sweater and then you can come back after I read her story.
Okay.
It looks like I'm just sitting. In reality, I'm managing lots of things. I'm feeling lots of things. I feel like a man's job, at least for me.
A man's job is to sit there and do nothing. That poor fucking kid, man. All right. It looks like I'm just sitting here and doing nothing, but I'm not sitting here doing nothing. I'm feeling a lot of things. What? Sir, we feel a lot of things every day as humans, and we still pick ourselves up and we get up and we do the things we have to do, even if we don't want to do them, and even if we're in pain. Okay? Believe me. Right? Like what the hell? I mean, I'm sure they have been, Joan. This is definitely, we're not the first people to see this. This was shown globally, so.
For me is to support my wife so she can support our child. And
Right.
Grace comes to me and we interact when she feels fit.
What? You don't just pick up your kid
Hey, Miss Christina.
and play with her?
Charlie potting on the carpet here. Can you help us clean this up?
What?
Jeff and Shalia.
The dog crapped on my rug, or their dog. Hey, my dog just peed or crapped on the floor. Can you pick this up? I'm standing right next to it, and I'm not doing anything, but can you pick it up? I mean, the absolute insane. Listen, I don't care if I was rich and I had a maid. All right. If I was rich and I had a maid and my dog peed on the floor next to me, I'm going to pick it. I'm not going to yell for the maid to do it while I'm standing. I'm going to go pick it up myself. What in the actual hell? Now, mind you, these are not people getting paid. These are not maids that are paid. These are followers that are unpaid, not paid. Okay. Like this is bananas. Absolutely freaking bananas. And if you don't see the correlation between this and you have to send me $5 or more, or I won't read your fucking shit, you're not worth my goddamn time, this is a directive, then I don't know what to tell you. All right. Coercive control manifests in a multitude of ways. This mirrors what the sewer cult is and will become. It's nutty to me.
Leah say no one else lives with them in the house. That wasn't always the case. Select students were invited to live with them as part of something called spiritual boot camp.
Here's the team, boot camp team. What's up?
The promise was you're going to heal a lot because you're going to be really close to Jeff and Shalia. And they're the guru. They're like the master Christ, the master healers.
Keely Griffin was a CEO in the Twin Flames universe. Before she left, she compiled evidence, videos, and screen grabs of the way students were treated in the home.
Smart girl.
They were given a 14-page manual, not with spiritual teachings, but meticulous instructions on how to care for their dog.
Oh my God.
And how to keep their house clean.
What the hell?
Students had to waive their rights as tenants and sign this NDA with a $10,000 fine for breaking it.
Oh my God.
I tried to capture some of the conversations just to show like how
crazy
much control
they have over other people. I mean, good for this woman for bringing light to this. And I'll tell you, it's not an easy job. It's not an easy job bringing light to something like a cult. It's tireless, it's thankless. Get harassed into oblivion, and I'm sure she has been, by his followers, by the people that actually believe in said cult. You know, they're told that she's awful, she's terrible. I went through the same thing. I don't know. That's a good question. They kind of asked her that in the thing we watched earlier. I forget what she said. Like, what was the thing that made you realize? It might have been the gender thing. I think she said the gender reassignment stuff. When they were telling people like you're a woman and you're a man and stuff. You know what I mean? I think that's what she said. But to me, this is just cuckoo bananas. Like, what in the actual hell? It's a thankless job, though. What she has done, what this woman has done, is extremely brave. And I think she deserves all the praise in the world, because I'm sure she dealt with a lot being in that cult, but being outside of it, exposing it, that's a whole nother animal. There were only a handful of us sort of trying to warn people about what the FKR/sewer cult is about and what they do. And a lot of people didn't listen. I had to learn for themselves by having it done to them what it really is and what's really going on. But it is a thankless job. It absolutely is. But if you don't do it, who's gonna? Who's gonna? If you don't do it, who the fuck is going to? People are too afraid to speak up. People are too afraid their families are going to be targeted and harassed, and their livelihood is going to be harassed, just as all of ours have been. They feel like they can't speak out. And so me and a handful of other people speak out for every person who feels like they can't. Every single person that has come to us and said, I wish I could. I have a family to protect. I wish I could. I'm too afraid. I take that burden, because if people don't speak up, and that's not to pressure anybody. If anybody's not comfortable, they don't need to, because I'll keep doing it. But it's a lot to deal with for any one person, to go against a cult-like mob mentality. And it's not for the faint of heart, that's for sure. And it is only sort of by choice that people should ever do it. But I think the more and more people realize, the more and more people will speak out. And I think that's sort of the problem that you have when it comes to things like this, which is people are too afraid to say anything. They just want it to go away and be over and leave them alone. The problem is it will hurt other people over and over and over. And if you can prevent that in some way, then you have to try. And that's why I do, because even if I have to deal with BS for it, which I do, I have to try. I have to attempt it. I have to try. If it saves one person from dealing with it, then it's worth it, right? And I've gotten many messages from many people, so I know how many people it has affected. You know? Yeah, I'm sure she did. Yeah, same tactics, the same shit that I deal with, and it's been going on since 2023 for me, so I can only imagine what it's like for her, you know?
He has over these people and how horribly he treats them.
When you do my laundry, the white pants should be washed separately. Thank you.
Will do. Thank you. Dinner is served.
Chicken was tough for lunch. Steak is overcooked and tough. Waffles were underbaked.
Thank you for letting us know. We will improve.
They're doing everything for Jeff and Shalia, but they'll never be able to do it correctly. Like, everything is a spiritual lesson, but really it's just an opportunity for Jeff to berate them and make them feel like
less than
nothing.
In the group chat, Shalia, called Amma or Mother, launches a text tirade about clumsy cleaning before 6:30 in the morning.
Do your dinner work or go back to mommy's shitty trash hole.
Can't say a nice word to you guys since you always relapse.
This is why you don't get treated with kindness and appreciation. You make people pity you. This is what you feed off. Pity. How sad.
That's gross, TBH.
When the boot camp student apologizes, Jeff texts back.
Groveling and being afraid of me don't make me respect you.
The student texts,
I will take responsibility for my mistakes and learn.
They were essentially servants.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I think that's a nicer word for what I believe they really are. I think they were slaves.
Yep.
Jeff and Shalia say those allegations are knowingly absurd, baseless falsehoods, and extreme misrepresentations.
Oh, please.
The families of some of those living in the home started calling local and state police. We obtained this police welfare check involving a follower named Fedra. In this recorded meeting, Jeff laughs about it with a high-ranking TFU member named Chrissy.
Hi, officers. Can I help you? And they're like, is Phaedra here? And they're like, is she okay?
Oh, stop it.
She comes out in her apron and talks to the cops. And the only thing I hear is the cops saying, okay, well, make sure you call your mom. And she's like, okay, officers. Angry ass cousin called the cops on us.
In fact, there have been numerous calls to police, tips coming in about labor trafficking and brainwashing. Police released to us an audio recording of another visit in 2020.
And we've been getting calls kind of nonstop for the last 2 weeks about this.
There might be labor trafficking in the way that you get people to do volunteer work.
People are claiming that you brainwash them.
Okay. How can I brainwash someone to do something against their will?
Is there a crime? Has a crime been committed? Is there about to be a crime committed?
Mike Borkovich is the sheriff for Leelanau County, Michigan.
Well, sheriff, what are we going to do about this shit? There's a lot of people watching on X right now, Carolyn. Actually, as a matter of fact, there's most of people, 245 people are watching from X. Don't ask me why. Most people like to watch from X. Also, we have hate watchers that are blocked, so they can only watch on X. Well, they can't interact on the chat, so they choose to watch on X. But I have a lot of watchers that aren't X. I agree, they do. What are we going to do about this, Sheriff? Let's see.
Again.
Of course, your immediate concern is Jim Jones and Guyana and David Koresh. And you start looking around at different people and different cults.
Have you found any evidence of any wrongdoing, any crime?
We haven't found any evidence of any wrongdoing or crime.
The detectives showed up at my door to investigate me, and they were breathing down my throat
Gee, I
to
wonder
try
why.
to find out if, I was some psycho cult leader brainwashing people. Big scary Jeff and Shalia. We're going to come and eat your children.
You're a weirdo.
Keeley also has documents about something called the Golden Parent Initiative.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Do I even want to hear what this is? Do I even want to?
Jeff wants to control people. He likes to have every aspect of their life.
And oh God, where do I know that? There's another guy that likes to do that. I can't. Wonder who that guy is. Oh, the sewer turtle. That's who that guy is. He likes to do the same thing. He likes to control his followers and wield them as tools and power, because it's the only power his little peen energy is ever going to have in life, is trying to control people who are at the lowest in their lives, seeking some sort of community and affection and love and forgiveness and kindness. So they find it when he gives a little pat on the back and a little dog whistle. They think they're going to get that sort of pat on the head or pat on the back from one of his, inner circle or him himself. This is ridiculous. Like absurdity.
Lives controlled.
In this post, Shalia invites couples to birth so-called golden children. They would grow up to be paired with other children from within the community. Keeley says those who couldn't physically get pregnant were told they could use a sperm donor who had to be approved.
Oh my God. Your sperm donor needs to be approved by the psychotic man saying he speaks to God or is God. Yeah, but we're not a cult though. I'm sorry. Come again? What in the actual hell? This is the equivalent to, this is the FBI calling. Please give us your social security number, date of birth, and address. Or your grandson is in jail and you need to pay us right now on the phone before we let him go. What in the actual fuckity fuck is this?
Approved by Jeff. Former members believe it was an attempt to breed a new generation of followers.
Today we're going to talk about how to survive a twin flame cult.
In the wake of the media frenzy and the police visits, Jeff posted this strangely edited video online.
What is a cult? A cult is like where an organization is systematically sapping you of your energy for its own insane ideas.
God, I don't know where anybody would have gotten the idea that that's what you're doing, sir. Gee, the same way the sewer turtle does, right? Got it. Your same insane ideas that not only don't make sense, but have no evidence that has happened or exists at all. Just pure speculation and nonsensical bullshit. Got it. But you have no idea why anybody would call you a cult.
If you're in a twin flame cult, they're going to want your money. That's obvious.
Yeah.
It's kind of hard to get into a cult on the internet, isn't it?
No, it's not.
How are you going to drink the poison if it's on the internet?
Now, the deflection is real here, okay? How are you going to drink the poison if it's on the internet? By drinking the internet poison, sir. The same way you're poisoning people right now with the video you posted. Otherwise, you wouldn't be posting it. Now, would you? Common sense says that's the most absurd, ridiculous thing I've ever heard. It can't be a cult because it's on the internet. What now? Oh, it can't be a cult because it's on the internet. For the love of God, someone save these people, okay? For the love of God, our government needs to do a better job. This is Delulu level bullshit, okay? Delulu level. He actually believes that anybody's going to believe the shit that's coming out of his mouth. Like, how could we be a cult if we're on the internet? That is some of the most ridiculous. Okay. Again, our government needs to do better. They need to do better. We need to help people get the fuck out of places like this and get out of these cults. Online cults and all, because Jeff, they exist. You're one of them, sir. Do you not take people's money? You have people cleaning up your dog piss that you stepped in while you're standing next to your dog unpaid. That's called slave labor, sir. Slave labor.
Like, don't you have to like be a part of a community like that all lives
Communities online don't exist? Oh wait, they do. That's how you made millions, you idiot.
on a farm or something?
A farm? Well, guess what?
They wanted me to start building this farm that the coaches were going to live in Michigan.
A compound.
A compound, yeah.
Keeley says Jeff and Shalia pressured her to find farmland and move to Michigan. And when she didn't,
they told us, like, you need to make this move now, or you are completely out of alignment with your guru and like bad things are going to happen.
16 followers now live in northern Michigan.
I fear for the lives of the people in the cult. I think that it's only going to grow, and there's plenty of horrible things that will happen when Jeff and Shalia have all of those people literally within like arm's length.
Coming up.
I've never been so happy in my entire life. I'm such a better person. And I love myself so much. And he's taught me that.
Traverse City, Michigan is known as the cherry capital of the world.
Our story stems from the arrival of the Mount Morency cherry.
But this tight-knit community is now on the map for another reason. It's home base for the controversial spiritual community Twin Flames Universe. Once only online, 16 followers have now moved here to be closer to their leaders, Jeff and Shalia Divine.
Thank you.
In 2024, there was a 4-day spiritual summit in Traverse City with about 100 followers from around the world.
I am muted. Sorry. Yeah, I have to fight a YouTube algorithm, so it's not that easy, Carolyn. Believe me, I'm working on it. I'm working on it. I'm a small channel, so you have to fight an entire, algorithm that favors larger channels and more people that are adding people fast. It doesn't favor smaller channels like mine, so it takes time. It takes time, my friend. And also, I don't want the wackadoos that are some of the people that watch, the sewer turtle. Not my cup of tea. I want people who, think for themselves and check their information and enjoy the content, but at the same time, know that there's a sense of community and a place that they can go to interact with other people and the creator. So, all that stuff, it takes time, my friend. So believe you me when I say we are working on it. But I also stream during the day and not at nighttime. So I have a different subset of followers than he does. And I want a different subset. Believe you me, you don't want the type of followers he has. They might throw a lot of money. But if they're that easily misled, that is not the type of people that I would want watching me.
Jeff and Shalia have been keeping a low profile since the media frenzy surrounding their community. The avalanche of exposés and docuseries. They have refused all interviews. But now they've hired a crisis management PR team and want their story out.
Crisis PR teams. Where do we know that from?
I'm driving into the heart of the Twin Flames universe. Jeff and Shalia have invited me to a Christmas party.
More people. If one more person can fit on the couch.
For a Christmas present exchange.
That's hilarious.
That's Apple Boy.
Thank you. A nice inside joke. We'll keep this one. It's Oracle card.
That's cool. Lego.
Well, we all got each other nice gifts.
Minifigure.
Worked out good.
This is Gabe, who wrote that post about becoming a man. He's no longer with his twin flame. Adam and Brienne are amongst the longest-serving followers. They agreed to sit down to explain why Twin Flames Universe is not a cult.
Oh, God. All right. I have no idea what they're going to say because I did not watch this ahead of time. Okay. Didn't have time. But what I'm guessing they're going to say is they really believe in this. They know it works. Jeff and Shalia have shown them the way. They're so happy together. And if they didn't do this, they wouldn't be so happy together. Okay. Standard for someone who's in a cult to sort of deflect and push back. Same for domestic violence. When you first get beat up, you don't really know what to do. So if you have to go to a hospital, you have to speak to the police, you tell them you fell. It was an accident and you fell. You blame it on yourself and you do not reveal what happened. This is very much like that because that is how coercive control operates. That is how it works, folks. Okay? If you don't know a lot about domestic violence, I suggest you look up on it because a lot of the coercive control stuff, it applies in most every domestic violence situation that exists, right? Also, do me a favor, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. We'd appreciate you. We're 3 hours and 55 minutes in, and when this is over, we're going to wrap it up. So I appreciate you guys. If you could donate to the channel, these are the ways you can help support us. Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Revolut. We also have a link in the chat. You use credit or debit if you don't have any of the payment apps and still want to donate. We appreciate you. I don't necessarily know scripted, but they knew what they were going to say before they said it. I haven't seen this yet, but this is what I'm guessing is they're going to be making excuses for why it works and why it's not a cult. That's usually how it works until one day they're out of the cult and they have to look back on what they said and then they explain to you why they said what they said.
People believe you are brainwashed and that you're in a cult. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's funny.
I guess it feels far-fetched.
I don't function well with being told what to do or anything like that. So I don't
think I would do well in a cult or anything like that. So
It's very hard to interview someone about whether or not they're brainwashed, because if you're brainwashed, you wouldn't know.
Right.
I mean,
That's right.
I guess.
Do brainwashed people know that they're brainwashed? I don't think they do.
no, I don't think that they do. I feel like I would sense that, or there would be an understanding.
Brienne and Adam have been married for 5 years. They deny their union was orchestrated by Jeff and Shalia.
they were not a part of that. So we figured that out on our own. So yeah.
We just started talking on our own and developed a friendship.
But a different story emerges in this text conversation between former follower Angie and Brienne, from right before Brienne's harmonious union was announced to the community. Adam is messaging me, and I'm paranoid because I don't want him to be my TF, twin flame. I don't want to. This is upsetting to me. Brienne shares a screen grab of her telling Adam she's upset and doesn't feel an attraction. Adam texts back,
Weird.
I'm sorry you're upset. This is what God has presented me with, and I've fully devoted to him. It's been a lot to process today as well. I don't see it, she texts Angie with a picture of her and Adam. Brienne writes that the harmonious union has been confirmed by her coach, Keely, and then goes on to describe Adam as lazy and messy, that she's repulsed by him, and that the last thing she wants is to be intimate with him.
You didn't speak to other people and say that you had zero desire for Adam and that you did not want this pairing to go ahead.
Well, I mean, there were, like, me and Adam were moving through upsets in our union, and I probably shared something from, upsets, but it was an upset. It was something that I was healing through, right? It wasn't
blaming it on yourself. Upsets.
It was just an upset.
I
It
have
was
no
something that
idea.
I healed.
I don't know.
Adam joined Twin
Maybe?
Flames universe as a woman
Yeah,
and
okay,
denies
there you
there
go.
was any pressure to transition to a man.
So you didn't have any kind of a challenge in accepting this divine masculine concept?
I feel like I had, but this was just an upset with myself in terms of like accepting that I had a little bit of like, is this me? Like, oh, this feels a bit weird. But I was like, right, who you are. You know that there's something, right?
This allegation that people are being pressured, coerced, or led into making a decision about their gender is horrifying.
Yeah. Well, I agree that would be a concern, right? It's like if that was the thing, but
18 members of the Twin Flames universe have transitioned.
When you look at the numbers, do you find that at all
troubling?
Unusual?
Yes.
I don't feel like it's so many though.
But it is so many. And some have come out to say they were basically forced to do so. Like, come on.
We don't know how many were questioning their gender before joining the group, and they insist they weren't pressured. It was their choice to transition.
Their choice, but they were told that they were a different gender than they were. That doesn't, again, that's not how it works. That's not how it works. Somebody doesn't tell you you're a woman or a man. That is something you know what I'm saying? That's not something, this is like scary shit here. Like this is how far someone will go to brainwash you.
Brienne and Adam are both certified master ascension coaches, a level above regular coaches, certified by Jeff.
They don't have any expertise. They're not therapists.
Keely Griffin, who left TFU in 2021, says she and other coaches were wholly untrained to handle people's trauma.
These clients are coming in with all sorts of issues, like being molested as children. And then
I wouldn't want one of these people having that conversation with me. And as a victim of that, I can tell you that if one of these people had presented themselves as someone who could deal with that kind of trauma, who were, told that they could by this lunatic, I would be pretty pissed off later on. The random people don't heal trauma. You have no knowledge or experience on how to do that. Or where to tell people to go to deal with it or how to deal with it. or coping mechanisms for it. Not trained. No idea what they're doing. Just here you go. We said you're certified now, so you are, and we're going to charge $600 a session, and you get none of it.
They're told by the coaches to just do the mirror exercise.
Which means you take responsibility for your own abuse.
Exactly. Like, that's your fault now, which is like,
what?
Just so traumatizing in itself. I
Yeah,
was in
it's
these
child's
sessions
fault they
listening to people telling me,
abused.
I'm suicidal. I don't want to be here anymore.
What kind of training do you have to take people into their trauma?
Coaches are consistently having evaluations and things of that nature to make sure that they're just checks and balances.
And who's doing the checks and balances?
Who does the checks and balances?
Well, those are the most experienced coaches, basically.
You guys are the most experienced.
Yeah.
What is the checks and balances?
Well, you got to make sure they're, following, the
what?
To be a coach, like, you can't just go off on your own. Like,
The directions of Jeff and
responsible
Shalea.
for people.
Not actual learning how to help people with their trauma. They can't go off on their own. They have to do what Jeff and Shalea told them. That's the answer, but they're dancing around it.
People's health, and that's for their doctor to take care of, right?
Critics say students are subjected to potential emotional harm.
You think?
And that the coaches face financial harm. They have to hand over 50% of their earnings to Jeff and Shalea.
I can understand why Jeff and Shalea like this business model, because they're at the top of the hill in that beautiful house, taking half of the salary of the people who are coaches. I just don't quite understand why you guys are okay with that model.
It's a win-win for both sides.
How?
Right? I don't see it as I'm losing anything. I feel like my life has changed in so many beautiful ways, and I feel I'm winning just as much as anyone else.
Brianne and Adam both feel that their community has been unfairly portrayed in the media.
We're not victims. Like, we have choice and free will. And I mean, I'm happy. I'm genuinely happy.
You don't look happy. You look like a robot.
And you are too?
I am.
Do you have the life that you desire?
I do.
a robot,
I do.
no
I
emotion.
feel like I'm more myself now than ever, basically.
Coming up.
We don't harm people.
You don't know the truth. You're being lied to.
Okay. Whatever your name is.
That is
17
earned
different
through
names.
it. This way, our ship is completely protected forever and ever. Nothing can ever hurt us. We pay no taxes on that part of the company. And in this way,
Gee, I wonder why I pay no taxes in that part of the company. We talked about this earlier.
like, I don't have to pay people. I can just have volunteers.
Religious exemptions, which is bullshit. That's not the way it works. You can't just say, like, I can have volunteers, but then you coerce those people into being volunteers. They have to actually volunteer because they want to, not because you coerce them to.
And and no one sues a religion. And also, it opens us up to receive donations.
Oh my God. That is so sick. Sick. Look at your house. You need donations? Like, what?
Yeah, this is much more marketable for
This
us
is
too.
more marketable, I think.
They started out by saying we're not a religion and we don't even like religion. And then somewhere along the lines, when
tax exemption. That's why they decided it was a religion.
realized that they could pay less taxes, they thought it would be a good idea for them to become a church.
Twin Flames Universe is a for-profit company. So too is their mind alignment process, Divine Dish, and Divine Gaming. The Church of Union was set up as a nonprofit in 2020. There is no actual church, just a website where sermons are posted on Sundays. Chrissy and Jason Emmerich are the directors of the Church of Union. In fact, Chrissy is in charge of church finances.
There is videotape of Jeff categorically saying the Church of Union is going to be set up so we can avoid paying taxes.
Yep. And that's exactly what it did. Shocker, not shocker.
Right?
It's not true. Like, that.
What do you mean?
That is not accurate.
It is accurate, and he literally just said it. So, I mean, why lie?
Information. Like,
these are his words.
Right, but that's not what's happening.
Would you be comfortable opening up your books on the Church of Union to show full transparency and what's coming in and what's going out?
Ultimately, that's not like my decision to make.
Jeff and Shalia refused that request, and so
Shock.
we dug up the publicly available tax filings.
And how much does anyone want to bet that those publicly available tax filings show way less than what they are actually bringing in, folks?
Over a 4-year period, the Church of Union claimed more than $500,000 in expenses. They don't even have a physical church. This is
So what
mostly
are you
just
spending?
YouTube sermons. $39,000 in legal fees, some to pay for defamation lawsuits. $45,000 for PR support, almost $100,000 on IT expenses, and $260,000 for independent contractors and something called contractor programming. Jeff and Shalia
Shock, guys. Shock. YouTube sermons need $100,000, $500,000 in expense. Get the fuck out of here.
refused our requests for more details on just where that $250,000 went. We did discover this credit listing the church as an investor in one of their for-profit companies called Divine Gaming.
Of course.
You're the financial officer for the Church of Union.
Yes.
So if there were ever to be discovered fraud, you would be the one that would be kind of holding the bag for that.
Yep.
Yes, I think I would be involved in that, of course, because I'm the one that's doing the finances, and we've talked to specialists and experts to make sure that we're doing everything properly, and we will continue to do that.
So this lady essentially knows nothing about finances at all and has been told to do said finances, obviously probably for free and not paid. And as you just heard her say, well, we've talked to experts and to do, make sure we're doing everything right. Well, why didn't you hire an expert to do it instead of you doing it? Since you clearly had no idea what the F you were doing. At least I know how to do my taxes as a sole proprietorship lady. Like, come on.
We know the Internal Revenue Service, the IRS, has gathered information on the Church of Union. They tell us federal privacy laws prohibit them from confirming or denying ongoing investigations. Regardless, the Church of Union has conducted some traditional church-like activities. There was a wedding in Sedona.
You may now seal these vows with true love's kiss.
And another in Traverse City in 2024.
You may now seal these vows with a kiss.
Most weddings, though, are conducted online.
That's ridiculous. Ridiculous.
And we are pleased to present the newlyweds, Mr. and Mrs. Hendel.
Like, why would you want to do that? Why? Why? For the love of God, why?
At least 3 of these followers changed their genders and moved to other countries to live with their so-called twin flame. Those who contemplate getting married or even engaged without the Church of Union face the wrath of Jeff and Shalia.
Don't you dare get married without the church. If you're here absorbing my teaching, don't you dare. Or f off. And
Dude's lost his ever-loving mind. Oh, it would be ironic if it was the same PR company.
actually, when you f off, that's it. Gone by.
You're kicked out of our church if we don't do what we say. That's not how churches usually work. I mean, if I walked into a Catholic church, which is what my grandparents and parents practice, that's not what I practice, but that's what they practice. Nobody's going to say, hey, you didn't come here last Sunday, you're kicked out. It's not how it works.
have expended your opportunity. We're very flexible with allowing freedom. But where freedom is abused, it will be taken from you.
And this is not
Where freedom is abused, it will be taken from you. That's exactly what a cult does. There is no such thing as freedom being abused. That's why it's freedom, you dumb fucking idiot.
not in any way unreasonable what Jeff and I are saying and what we're asking.
It's excruciatingly generous, as always.
It's generous.
I know what the f I'm talking about.
You don't. And you exude little man syndrome. You exude that sort of, I can't. It's disgusting.
And if you don't think that, off. Bye.
You can fuck off to a jail cell.
A salacious attempt with like cherry picking thousands of videos.
I was guided to like explore myself. No one forced me to change my name, change my gender.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just not buying that. This person looks like a soulless, like they have lost so much. They look like a robot at this point. Thank you, Carolyn, for becoming a member. I mean, this is exactly what a cult looks like. I mean, make no mistake about it. None at all.
Change my have surgeries.
Obviously, Jeff is not God.
Clearly.
Jeff never said that he was God.
It's an attempt to change the narrative about their community, a PR campaign that now includes me. Chrissy and Jason Emmerich have opened up their home and invited us in.
I have sessions today, a couple sessions today. Sometimes it resulted in twin flames, sometimes it didn't.
Welcome to Creating in the Kitchen.
Says there's pressure for followers to subscribe.
People gain weight really rapidly.
How much weight did you gain?
I gained 80 pounds.
80 pounds, Keely.
Yeah, it's a lot.
No one is pressured, in my opinion.
Well, who's responsible for them feeling pressured?
Right.
While Jason runs Divine Dish, Chrissy is at the helm of a controversial Twin Flames universe business called the Mind Alignment Process, or MAP.
I am Dr. Chrissy Kay, the CEO of Mind Alignment Process Incorporated.
She calls herself doctor because she has a PhD in public safety leadership.
That's not
Chrissy recently retired as a lieutenant colonel in the U.S. military. MAP claims to heal.
Credentials or experience they have that gives them the authority to do that, not a psychology course in college.
Well, it's not an invasive
Well, it's not an
process.
invasive program.
So there's no medical degree needed.
There is a disclaimer on the website that the diagnosis and treatment of PTSD requires trained medical professionals, and that MAP practitioners are not trained medical professionals or counselors.
How is it?
Jason stops looking at me and makes a direct appeal to camera.
Please hear what we have to say. Please listen to our students. They are not brainwashed. This is not a cult. This is a textbook example of cancel culture.
Explain that for me.
Well,
You're being cancel cultured because you're a cult that's hurting people. I mean, the fact that these people actually get on camera and do these interviews and are completely don't realize this is exactly what narcissism looks like, folks. This is what ego looks like. This is what the sewer turtle does often, which is gets on a camera and actually thinks that the things that they're saying are A, going to be believed, and B, don't exude the level of arrogance and the level of anger inside of that narcissistic person. Okay. Anyone who has ever lived with any sort of abuse or domestic violence or SA has experienced a person just like this. And you can see them coming from a mile away now. That man is mentally and emotionally, at the very least, abusive. His wife, probably just as bad as him, but coercive control does what it does. There's a reason it's called coercive control. Okay? This is gross.
you know, I think she's probably the better person to explain that. She's the one doing all the studying of it all.
Well, there was a reaction towards us, and it got shared all around the internet, and it got picked up, and then it just kept snowballing and snowballing.
You have described yourself as the Master Christ.
It's a spiritual exploration. And, you know, this cancel culture takes everything super out of context to make it look like I'm some megalomaniac who's using these strange titles to claim power, or they say that I think I'm Jesus. And that's just so silly.
But you have said you think you're Jesus.
Where do you have me quoted saying I think I'm Jesus? That's absurd. I've never said that.
Holy, holy, holy. I figure y'all.
But he has said this.
And I'm not hiding anything. Like, I'm literally telling you I'm Christ.
Because God's been telling us, you know, we're the second coming of the Christ.
I'm banging the Christ. With all the
pictures.
Like, really? Definitely just keep saying you didn't say it, sir.
We see depicted of Jesus, he kind of looks that way, and so like, haha, you know, I'm with Jesus. He's not Jesus. I don't believe that at all.
None of my students think I'm Jesus.
Have you told people to change genders?
We encourage people to explore. And I hesitate to answer that question in the way that I'm feeling led to answer that question, which
It's
is
a
yes or
crazy-
no.
But it is a yes or no question. Have you led people to change their gender? Yes or no, sir? It's a yes or no question.
Reality
It kind of is a yes or no, Jeff. Like it kind of is.
There's context here. The answer to your question is we encourage people to explore their spiritual, their inner world. And it's just an invitation to explore.
Except in the concerns about Twin Flames universe, the biggest, most harmful allegation is that you are dictating people's gender and that they are taking it to extreme lengths, including having surgeries and hormone therapies and changing their gender.
Wow.
And so I think it's a fair question.
Of course.
That's a yes or a no, and there's not really a ton of nuance in it.
Great.
So is it a yes or a no?
We've invited people to explore their gender.
And that invitation to explore gender comes from God?
No, it comes from a human talking to a human.
No, but
Like-
do you get the message from God that someone is in the wrong gender?
Go ahead, say no. Say no. He doesn't know
If you
how
could
to
give me a
answer that.
moment.
He doesn't know how to answer that, and I'll tell you why, because he knows this is going to be aired. So if he says, no, I did not get that message from God, well, now all his followers know he's a fake and a liar. And if he says, yes, I did, then guess what? The rest of the world knows he's a fake and a liar. So what's he going to do, folks? What's he going to do? This is where we saw earlier in the little clip where he just like shuts his eyes and like starts to meditate. He can't even answer it. And that should show you what a fake the dude is to begin with. Okay. You could simply answer that question, sir. Is God the one telling you? The normal answer would be, of course not. If you're not hiding anything and this is not a cult, the answer would be, of course Jesus didn't tell me. I don't talk to Jesus. I'm a human. I don't talk to divine beings. Like that would be the normal answer to this.
To collect myself. Thank you.
And the reporter is just looking at the wife, and the wife doesn't even know, okay? Doesn't even know what to do. She looks down. She looks at the reporter and then looks down like, I don't know. And he closes his eyes like a whack job. Like and then smiles. Do you see the smirk on his face? Like he needs to think of something to say. This isn't I'm meditating. This is I need to think of something to say and how to answer this. How uncomfortable is the wife at this moment? Very, very. I could read her like a book. She's extremely uncomfortable, and in her head, she's thinking, what the effing F are you doing?
God is a loving being.
That's not an answer.
God wants the best for us.
Mhm.
I am not God. I have never claimed to be God.
So my question was, do you get
thought
a
I was gonna-
message from God about somebody's gender?
It doesn't work that way, no.
There's no channeling from God about what someone's gender should be?
So we as professionals get intuitive
Professionals?
hits, you might say.
Intuitive hits. So he's saying no, but then also saying yes. This is insane. This guy has lost his ever-loving mind. Okay. I second-hand embarrassment? No freaking way, Casey. This is like sixth-hand embarrassment. Like, dude. All right, listen. My husband's dog's wife's squirrel's pet aunt is fucking embarrassed. All right. That wife looked like she was ready to pass out. Like, what do I do? What do I do? People don't, if we don't want people to think we're weird and a cult, what the fuck is he doing? It's like a train crash. You can't stop. It's brutal, but you can't stop watching because you're like, what is this wackadoo weirdo going to say next?
Hey, this might be a good idea. It's explorative. Like this heavy frame is just not the reality.
But Jeff, it's a heavy consequence to have kind of a whim that someone might be a different gender.
It's not a whim.
It's not a whim. What is it, sir? You know? Well, how would you know? You don't speak to God, you said. You don't speak to Jesus. How would you know?
I get how this all looks, but it's just not true.
Jeff was saying, like, we could see on the spiritual horizon. And because Jeff and I, like, we live in twin flame union, it's like we see color where someone is colorblind. Like, we can see that.
No, you're just special.
And first, I hardly
right?
believe that the LGBTQ plus community would agree that changing your gender is an entirely harmful thing.
It's absolutely not a harmful thing unless someone else is telling you that you are the wrong gender.
Sure.
And then it's a very harmful thing.
This is not, once again, it's not something that's imposed upon you. You can't impose things upon people on their spiritual journey.
We were their like direct guide.
But you did, sir.
You can choose not to do it or not to, you know, like.
If you have an element of control over them or sway over them.
Okay.
Yep.
And they hear you say that and they know that it will please you.
They're going to do
We
it.
don't encourage that kind of power dynamic.
Yeah.
You don't?
No.
No.
Interesting.
Really?
You're my student. You do not school me. You should shut the up and listen.
Your choice has been out of order, so you can make a new choice.
We're very
We don't like your choice, so you need to choose what we tell you to. That's exactly what you're encouraging. But again, to try to get yourself out of that cage that you know eventually you're going to share, maybe even with the sewer turtle in a federal prison somewhere, hopefully. What the actual F? You're encouraging exactly what you just said you weren't encouraging. But once again, this goes back to like the hypocritical bullshit where these people don't even realize how many lies they have put out there. They can't keep track of them. It's the same with the sewer turtle. They can't keep track of the lies and the things that they have told people. So they constantly contradict themselves. It's constant. It's flowing. Okay. So no, we didn't say that. No, we're not harmful. No, we're not a cult. We don't tell people to do that except, well, all of these videos that you posted show you do. And you just can't help yourself because you have to have that level of power over someone else. Fucking shame on you. You're a disgraceful human being.
flexible with allowing freedom. But where freedom is abused, it will be taken from you.
You probably have seen me yelling at my students. It's not abuse. In fact, people felt really loved and cared for when
because you told them that it's so loving to call you out on your shit when I'm upset and jealous that you're not listening to me because I'm telling you as if I have that control over you what to do. And when you don't do what I want you to do, I get angry and berate you. How is that love again? Someone explain that to me. Oh, it's not. It's a cult. Thanks, Jeff, or whatever 17 other names you've had.
I would yell at them in classes. They felt like someone cares about me enough to yell at me.
There we go.
Because it's uncomfortable to yell at people. I don't want to do that if I don't have to. But I love these people. And so I put myself on the line
watch him.
in order to be able to help people.
But the people who are on the receiving end of that, who are no longer part of the community, felt bullied and manipulated and exploited by you.
Of course. Is it okay if I grab some water?
Oh, for sure, yeah.
Do you know?
Grab some water real quick. Don't want to answer the question. Got to grab water.
Where my Fiji went?
No. You may need to get a new one.
Okay, that's fine.
I need my Fiji
Jeff,
water.
You talk about yelling at people lets them know that you actually are showing them love.
No, but kind of.
No, but
in
kind
this
of.
topsy-turvy universe, love is expressed in anger, and hate is a consequence of love.
Why are you the lightning rod for so much hate?
I think because we love people.
It doesn't make sense, Jeff. The equation doesn't add up. People who love don't usually receive hate. I just don't.
That's not true. That's not true. Look at history.
Okay, tell me.
Well, I'm not the.
Well, you look at, for instance, like a lot of like historical figures, like Martin Luther King. You know, like I grew up Catholic, so I think of Jesus. You know, like he was just loving everybody, even though it was difficult.
When you love people deeply, it touches parts of their hearts and themselves that
He's such a bullshit artist. He doesn't
hurt.
even know.
And so that can cause that hurt to come out.
Jeff and Shalia deny they set up the church to evade taxes and deny they are exploiting followers financially.
What are the different businesses that are in the Twin Flames universe umbrella?
I mean, we're here to talk about Twin Flames.
But
that's part of it, you absolute idiot. So once again, he doesn't want to talk about the things that matter. He just wants to say we're not a cult over and over while expressing that you do the exact same things that a cult does, right? Like hey, Smitty. I mean, it's something you can't look away from, but at the same time, it's so absurd that they thought that they could both get on this camera and they could both change minds about what Twin Flames is. We can see what Twin Flames is. The only people who can't see what Twin Flames is are the people currently inside of it. Same thing goes for the sewer cult. The only people that can't see that it is a cult are the people currently being brainwashed by it. The people who have escaped said cult know exactly what it is. The people who have been on the receiving end of the cult's lies and manipulation know exactly what the hell it is. These are two soulless people. Look into these people's eyes. Look at them right now. I'm pretty good at reading people. These two people are miserable. Why? They have money. Why would you be miserable? Because they know that they got that money in a way that they were duping other people, right? They didn't earn it honestly. They used control tactics to control what their followers did, right? Like that's what they do. They control their followers. And if you don't follow what they're telling you to do, you are on the receiving end of dealing with their crap. And this is why the police have been called. The feds have stepped in. The AG's office is looking into them. This is why multiple search warrants were just served upon them 4 days ago. This is why. This is exactly why. Shame on these two for all of the lives that they have harmed, in the same way that the sewer cult has done to many others. It's deplorable.
Part of it, right?
What are you here to talk about? Like, you know, I'm not trying to be evasive here, but like you're starting to get into a whole lot more subject.
Did you guys set up the church specifically to avoid taxes?
No.
We're the church's largest donor. It's designed to support the spiritual community and the spiritual teaching.
Yeah.
So there was no videotape discussion about how to avoid paying taxes?
I mean,
and setting up a church?
In business, it's very normal to minimize your tax burden. Why would you pay more taxes than you are supposed to? We've always ensured we pay our fair share of taxes. You can't avoid the tax person. There's no way around that.
There are PR fees in your church filings.
Okay.
Well, how does that get explained?
I mean, our whole community came together to pay that.
Sure does. Oh,
we're all paying.
Everyone paid it, but you.
Was impacted by what happened. It didn't just happen to Jeff and I. It happened to everyone that's in our community.
But why would that come out of the church?
It comes out of the whole community of which we are a part and of which we contribute to the largest amount.
What are you guys doing to make money? Like, you're making money off the coaches because they're giving you 50% of their salary.
What you're saying is, what do we do to make money?
Exactly.
You're asking me really, what do I do to provide value for my community?
No, what do you do to make money?
No. How do you earn a paycheck, sir? By lying. Asking for a friend here. She's very on point. That's the thing. Anybody with critical thinking skills can see right through this. Like, she's like, no, what do you do? Like, what do you do to make a paycheck? What do you do besides take from your followers? What do you do? Because realistically, when people are giving of their own accord and they're like, hey, I appreciate this, I'm going to give towards it, then they do. I'm not duping my followers into, getting themselves a membership. If they want to get themselves a membership, they can. There's no pressure on them to do that other than me mentioning, hey, that's an option and that it's a way that you can support the channel. Get yourself a membership, or you can donate, or you can share, or you can like. Those are then free will options. I am not then putting the pressure on and saying, if you do not do it, you're no longer in my community. If you do not do it, you're not doing the right thing. That is where they cross the line. They cross the line by forcing people to do it with fear tactics. Fear of something. It doesn't matter what that fear is of, but using any kind of fear is coercive control. That is exactly what coercive control is. And in my state, that is now under the definition of abuse, coercive control.
Money.
Well, I provide value for my community.
What value, sir?
But just in terms of bringing money in to support your lifestyle, where does that money come from?
Well, the money is, okay, so it's fine, it's fair. Might not look like I have a particular, job, like, making the food. Actually, one of my jobs is making the food. And I do design the menus for Divine Dish. It's a creative level things. It's entrepreneurial endeavor. If there's some sort of perception that we don't do anything, we're just profiting all this, it's absolutely upside down. We work incredibly hard. And
Twice in the interview, Jeff, out of the blue, starts crying over his love for Jesus.
I grew up Catholic, and I left the religion in the church because of their stance on gay marriage. I felt
It's because he's caught. He's not crying because he has love for Jesus. He's crying because he knows his number is about to be up. That's why. It is a pyramid scheme. He's making money off of all of his coaches, and they give 50%. That would not be allowed in my state. You can't take 50% of somebody's income. No, not if you're exerting control over when they work, when they get the clients. You're no longer an independent contractor if you're exerting that level of control, even in the federal law. If you're exerting the control over when they come to work, when they leave, how many clients, who are the clients, that's not independent anymore. I know because I sued an employer for this many, many, many years ago, and I won in a class action suit with me and 4 other people as the plaintiffs. And then all of the other people who had been affected got a part of that. We got a bigger part because we were the ones that did all the work, the depositions and going into the things and being recorded between the parties and whatnot. But when you exert control over someone and they're no longer an independent contractor anymore, now they're an employee. And now you can't ask them to pay fees like 50%. You have to pay them at least minimum wage, if not more. So you can't just say, hey, they're independent contractors, we take 50% of their income. That is not the way that it operates, not even under federal law, which is why many other places that did the same thing as my employer got sued after and all lost for the same exact thing.
that if 2 people loved each other, they should, very passionate
what
about
the
this. They
hell?
should be allowed to get married. It was so painful to leave my church. I have
He's
so
an
much love for
actor.
Jesus.
What an actor he is. Any level here, folks. This is not love for a church. Let's make something abundantly clear here. Okay. It is not love of his church and love that gay people should be able to get married. And that's why, like, maybe deep down, maybe he's gay and he's just, hiding it. And that's why he cares so much about it. Because I'm going to tell you right now, he is not friggin' crying because of his love for Jesus. And he's so passionate. This is Emmy level, emotion. He's been sitting on this emotion because he knows he's caught. This has nothing to do with the church. Not a goddamn motherfucking thing. I see right through him. Right through him. This is an act. This is
It was
an
so
act.
hard for
People
me
to
to
feel bad for him. Feel
leave
bad
that
for
all
me.
behind and follow.
Narcissists use this as a trigger to switch roles. So the victim then is supposed to feel bad for them, and it's their fault. You made the narcissist upset, so it's your fault. You didn't actually do anything, and you were the one who was upset with them for doing something shitty, but now they try to switch the roles. It's an automatic sort of switch where they try to become the victim. That is exactly what Mr. Jeff / his 100 other names is attempting to do in this.
Follow my truth.
The truth is you scam people, sir.
But
You are deplorable.
it was the right thing to do.
Jeff and Shalia say their logic and intuition have led them to believe their toddler Grace will only have one lover, God.
We believe she's more like a monastic soul. Someone whose life path is dedicated to God as their love or lover alone. But I'm still going to teach her about, sex and sexuality.
This is just an idea that we have come to, and we're seeing where it goes.
They have abandoned altogether another idea, that concept of golden children, which former followers believe is an attempt to breed a larger community.
It was a passing idea, just a thought, just playing around with an idea. You know, like,
It's kind of strange, kind of weird.
yeah,
Seemed maybe cool.
seemed like a cool idea.
Explored
Like,
it for a short
yeah.
time and let it go.
I mean, it wasn't like a big deal or anything.
War baby.
Do you think that it's possible that you
Hell.
will one day see inviting people to explore the divine masculinity as a silly idea that you should move away from?
Yeah.
Part of your...
Yeah, any of it. There's no sacred cows here. Like even the twin flame concept, like it's okay if it's misproven.
Followers have moved countries, married strangers, changed genders, based on teachings that no longer seem set in stone.
You guys are on a journey that people are following very closely because they believe in you.
Yeah.
And you're experimenting with things that...
They know that we're experimenting.
They
and
know we're experimenting.
And we-
Trust me, people have a mind of their own in our spiritual community,
Very
and
much so.
they don't always listen to us. And like, that's okay. Like, I don't really care. It's your life.
Is this all going to come crashing down?
No.
No, I think if anything, we're only going to continue to thrive.
Why are you getting all misty-eyed?
Oh, I'm thinking about Jesus.
Here he goes again.
You know, my love for Jesus. Yeah, it's just
Wow.
How is your relationship?
It's really good.
so good.
Yeah, we're very happy. We're very in
wow,
love.
this guy needs to hear yourself.
We'll start to cry. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's very
okay.
like it's very sacred to us. It's like our altar.
There's something wrong with these people.
And
some so serious shit.
yeah, I love Jeff with my whole heart, and I'll be with him forever. I've never been so happy in my entire life.
You don't look
I'm
happy.
such a better person, and
you look
I
broken.
love myself so much, and he's taught me that.
But the business doesn't
He taught
continue without that love for each other, right? It's
I
all
don't know.
built on your twin flame union.
Yeah, our whole life is. And that's built on our relationship with God.
Yeah.
So I would rather not
I can't.
be in a world without God.
Right? This is what your blood.
If God
this is what
isn't
your
real,
brain
then
looks like
take me away.
on drugs.
I don't want any part of that.
Right?
believe
Try
God
telling
is
your
real.
face that.
And I built everything on him.
Coming up,
I'm not going to stop. And I hope that Jeff and Shalia know that.
Well, good for her. Not stopping. For standing her ground.
healing an upset, but she has found what drew her into the community in the first place: love.
I have found what a real healthy, happy relationship
Looks like.
feels and looks like. And it's nothing like the twin flame relationship that I was in. Yeah.
You found love without it being channeled by anybody? from
I
God?
found love without it being channeled. Yes.
Imagine
I found
that.
love without anyone telling me who it was, or it was on my own. And
Imagine that.
I'm very
guys.
happy.
Victoria, too, has love in her life away from the Twin Flames universe.
Right? 2 years
My
gone.
life is really good.
Everything that I wanted in a relationship is what I found. And I wouldn't have had that
On their own.
had I stayed in that group.
We know that the people in the Twin Flames universe will be watching this. What sort of a message would you want them to hear
Out
from
quick.
you?
There is life to be had outside of Twin Flames universe. It isn't hell. It isn't insanity. It's a good life.
I would love for them to feel like they have the freedom to choose what they actually want to do with their lives and their bodies and their minds.
Not be pressured.
They're not victims and they're not brainwashed. They're very smart people, and they can choose to be with Twin Flames universe or not be with Twin Flames universe.
This is online. You can just close your browser and we can't do anything.
I'm not going to stop until something is done to hold Jeff and Shalia accountable. And I hope that Jeff and Shalia know that.
Ooh. They took her hard drives because she's got evidence, folks. ongoing investigation, as we know. And a couple days ago, they served warrants on them. So, I mean, this is what happens, guys. This is what happens. All right. When you get mixed up in a ridiculous cult that never stops and tries to control your life, I say get the hell out of it as fast as you can. It's unhealthy. It's unhealthy. And these people are not going to just let you leave quietly. It's just not the way it freaking works. But if you can slink away, I say run with all your life and get the hell out of it. Get out of that ridiculous, absurd cult mentality and mob mentality and start thinking for yourself. Start thinking for yourself, because once you are out of it, then you're realizing like, holy shit, how did I let that happen? Right? So we've seen it a bunch of times. It's sad, right? That they're not your friends, that they're siphoning you, and not just of money, of soul, and of your spirit and of your personality. Little by little by little, they siphon it away with coercive control, and they continue on. All right, guys, I'm going to wrap this up. I'm hungry. I need to go eat. I love your stinking faces. I'll see you guys at 9:30 in the morning. I hope everybody has an amazing rest of their day. If you're on your way out, make sure you hit the like button, the subscribe button. If you'd like to donate to the channel and we're not live anymore, we'll read it on the next one. We appreciate it. We could use the support. Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Revolut. We have a link in the chat, of course, for credit or debit. There's also all of those options and the wish lists, and they're on the original front page of our YouTube. So I'll see y'all tomorrow morning. Everybody have a fantastic day, everybody.